Okay, good morning. I'm going to go ahead and call the Land Use and Planning Committee to order. Our first item is roll call, and we have members present today. We have Becerra, Harp, Hess, Jones, Ramos, Cheryl, and Vasica. So we have a quorum, and we can go ahead and get started. This, as you all know, is a virtual meeting, and we will be taking public comment. We're streaming live on our agenda platform, eScribe, as well as on YouTube, and we'll be taking public comment by phone. If I could get the public participation slides up for the public who may be watching, please. And I'm going to read off these numbers just so that they're audible as well. If you want to participate in this meeting, you're welcome to call area code 253-215-8782 and enter a meeting ID 960-049-3694. You're also welcome to call and leave a voicemail for City Council at 406-552-6012, or you can, of course, always email us or comment directly on the agenda. So we have two regular agenda items today. And by way of public comment, I will just be monitoring for public comment throughout the meeting. And so you're welcome to call in at this time or throughout the meeting for anything on the agenda or anything not on our agenda today. I'll note for the record that Heidi West has joined us. And one more administrative thing, we have minutes to approve from June 24th, and without objection, those will stand approved. Okay, we have two regular agenda items today. The first is, they're both conditional use items. The first is the Roxy Annex and Garden Tavern conditional use. And we have Caitlin McCafferty is here to present that item and give the staff report. And then we have members of the applicant team here to talk about the project as well. Caitlin.
Hello, let me share my screen. All right, can y'all hear me and see this slide? Yay. Okay, so I'm Caitlin McCafferty. I'm a planner with the Land Use and Planning Permits Department, and this is a request from Mike Steinberg on behalf of the Roxy Theater. It's for a tavern conditional use at 730 South Higgins Avenue. The Roxy Theater is creating a new space in the building located south of the current theater right next door called the Roxy Annex. As well as an outdoor theater space for the spring through early fall months called the Roxy Garden. Both locations will serve alcohol to movie patrons, classifying this use as a tavern. So this is the location of the subject property. It's outlined in blue is the whole parcel. It is at 730 South Higgins Avenue, again, directly adjacent and south of the existing Roxy Theater location, which is right here. And this is the Annex site. To the east of the Annex, so right behind in kind of the backyard area, is the Roxy Garden, which is a fenced-in space for outdoor screenings and community gatherings. The Roxy Annex that's the indoor space, will occupy one tenant space on the main floor of the building at 730 South Higgins Avenue. It is a building that also houses a personal improvement service business, which is a barber shop, a retail business, which is a Tux store, and 9 dwelling units on the second floor. The prior use of the tenant space for the Roxy Annex was an office, an Edward Jones, to be specific. This is the zoning map. Subject property is zoned C1-4 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence downtown outer core overlay. Pursuant to Title 20 zoning code, a tavern use requires conditional use approval to operate in this zone, which is why we're here today. Our Missoula 2035 city growth policy designates the parcel, the subject property, for an urban center land use. Urban center land use is intended to address the concentration of downtown uses, including commercial office, retail, arts and entertainment, eating and drinking establishments, and residential uses. This slide shows the current conditions of the site. As you can see, the Roxy Annex site abuts the current Roxy Theater and is part of the larger Humble building. Right behind the Roxy Annex is where the Roxy Garden site is proposed, where you can see this alley east elevation. That's the Roxy Garden, the potential Roxy Garden. This is the current site plan for the project. Here is the Roxy Annex. It's right here. And then this is the Roxy Garden right there. I'll show you some zoomed in specs now. Here's a closer look at the floor plan for the Roxy Annex, set up just like a theater space. So the Roxy Theater is up above here, and then this is the Annex with the chairs. This is a close-up of the Roxy Garden with a floor plan that shows less seating than they can potentially fit. This floor plan is set up to show social distancing during COVID-19. The Roxy Garden will be paved, have removable seating, the screens on the left side, and a fence to designate the boundary. On to parking. So there's three main aspects of Title 20 that come into play when calculating the parking for this subject property. The first is Title 20-60-020, which states that unless otherwise expressly stated, parcels containing more than one use must provide parking in an amount equal to the total of the requirements for all uses. So for this subject property, this means that when I calculate the parking for this, all of the uses in the Humble building are calculated to get the total parking requirement. So I'm not just looking at the Roxy Annex, I'm looking at the Annex, I'm looking at the barber, personal improvement, the retail, and the apartments, etc. The next part of Title 20 that comes into play is the design excellence overlay, which has some parking reduction incentives that apply to this parcel. And I'll go through those specifically when I walk you through the calculations. The last part of Title 20 that comes into play for this parking calculation is the change of use applicability, which is 20-60-010B4. This states that when the use of the subject property changes, as in this case, the additional off-street parking spaces must be provided to serve the new uses only when the number of parking spaces required for the new use exceeds by more than 10% the number of spaces required for the lawful use that most recently occupied the building. So this means that I'll walk you through the past use and the new use parking calculations. And what we're looking for is a 10% increase. If the new use increases the parking by 10%, then the applicant needs to provide more parking spaces. If it does not increase by 10%, then the applicant does not need to provide any more parking spaces. All right, here we go. So this slide shows the past use, the most recent past use. So we have the barber shop, which is personal improvement, and the Tux retail store. Both of these have the same requirement in Title 20, which is one space per 360 square feet, which for those two businesses, that means 6 parking spaces is required. The next is apartments. There's 9 residential units, so that's 9 spaces required. The last is the Edward Jones office. This is the previous use of the Roxy Annex space, and that is required to have 1 parking space. So this means that the total parking required in the most recent use is 16. So with the 10% increase of 16 is 17.6, which Title 20 says to round up. So 18. So we're looking for, with the new parking calculations, we're looking for 18 or greater, and then the applicant will need to provide more parking spaces. If it's less than 18, they do not need to provide any. Oh. Okay, so this is the parking calculation part 2, which is the proposed, which is replacing that office space with the Roxy Annex tavern use. Also, this is where the design excellence parking reduction incentives will come into play, and I will walk you through those as well. So again, we've got the barber, personal improvement shop with that one space per 360 square feet. An incentive comes into play here. 2025 OADD allows an incentive of subtracting the first 1,500 square feet of a building parking requirement. So I reduced that from the barber and the tuck shop because they have the same requirement. So that is a total of 700 square feet at one space per 360 square feet. So that's 2 parking requirements for these 2 uses. Residential stays the same at 9. And the next one is the Roxy Annex, replacing the office space, which has 9 required parking spaces as well. That's a total of 20 required parking spaces. However, we have 2 more reductions that come into play here. The first is a transit served reduction. This space is adjacent to one 30-minute and one 60-minute bus route. And the next is a bike served reduction. This subject parcel is adjacent to bike lanes on 6th Street. The first is a reduction of 15%. The next, a reduction of 20% for a total of a reduction of 35%. Reducing 35% of 20 equals 13, which is much less than 18, and therefore no new parking is required. All right, I know it's a lot to digest. Next is conditional use review criteria. First, compliance with zoning, which along with engineering and fire standards will be confirmed at the time of the building permit approval per conditions of approval 1 through 3. Next is compatible with the character of the area and surrounding buildings. The street facade will not change with the Roxy Annex and tavern use, and therefore the character of the building will also not change. Operating characteristics, the application states that the Roxy Annex will operate under similar hours to the current Roxy Theater. 1:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Thursday through Sunday, 4:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Thursday. The Roxy Garden will be open during the spring through early fall months, operating from dusk until midnight. And last is traffic safety. The surrounding road infrastructure is adequate to handle the additional traffic that will be generated by this tavern use and associated with the Roxy Annex and Garden. Bike parking will be added per condition of approval number 2, and an accessible route from the Roxy Garden to the public sidewalks is required per condition of approval number 3. So on to the conditions of approval. The first is that the project will comply with zoning standards. The second condition of approval is that the applicant shall install bike parking to meet the standards in Title 20. This will be subject to review and approval by Development Services prior to building permit approval. And the third condition of approval proposed is that the applicant shall provide an accessible route meeting ADA standards from South Higgins Avenue and South 6th Street to the new outdoor Roxy Garden use, subject to approval by Development Services prior to building permit approval. All in all, staff recommends approval of the tavern conditional use request in accordance with Missoula City Zoning Ordinance, Title 20, the sections listed on your screen here in my presentation, and based on the findings of fact in the staff report and subject to these conditions of approval.
Great. Thanks, Caitlin. Let's do, well, first of all, for the record, Brian von Lossberg and Julie Merritt have joined us. Before we do questions, on behalf of the applicant, Tammy or Mike or anyone care to provide any comment?
Hello, hi, this is Mike Steinberg. I don't have any comments. I just want to acknowledge that that was a very thorough and accurate presentation. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, I've got, so as always, feel free to use the raise hand feature if you want to provide comment or ask questions. I have Heather Hart first. Heather, you're muted still.
Thank you. This question is either for Caitlin or for Mike, for that matter. The last condition, as I remember on the screen, was to provide that ADA accessibility from both 6th Street as well as South Higgins. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to what that's going to look like. Is that going through the Annex building itself for the ADA accessibility from Higgins through that building to that space? Is that the idea?
If I may speak up, just as a practical matter, if you're trying to get there from Higgins, the only outdoor way is around via 6th, and the only way from Higgins directly would be through the building. And we do have a path through the building, but it also goes through the showing room.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, Steve, if there was a step or an existing step to get into the Edward Jones space, or if it was a graded space already. I just don't remember.
It's a graded space, so there's a slope up from the sidewalk to the door itself.
Okay.
And I believe that's grandfathered. It's existing.
Okay, so this isn't going to be an expensive condition by any means.
If you want to correct that ramp from the sidewalk to the front door, it would be, because it would mean going out into the sidewalk, I believe. But if it's been working all right, it's according to the building permit. So in order to get the initial space up and operating, we needed to put 20% of the construction cost into accessibility features. And so we put those on the interior. I don't believe we may have put something into the door just in terms of hardware, but we did not assess or correct that slope to the door.
Okay, just to follow up, Jordan.
Yeah, and before that, I think Mary maybe wanted to add something.
Oh, perfect. Go ahead.
Mary McCrae with Development Services. So I think the condition would also allow them to provide access from the exterior along the east side of the building directly to the public sidewalk on 6th. And that public sidewalk on 6th connects them to South Higgins and 6th. So it could just be for the Roxy Annex. It could be at the exterior of the building that they provide. They meet that condition.
Okay, all right. Thanks for anticipating what I was going to ask, Mary. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Heather, did you have another follow-up or are you done?
Unless there's other questions, I would be happy to make the recommended motion.
Sure, that motion is in order, and then I do have a couple more questions. So next I have Jesse Ramos. Jesse, you're still muted as well.
I was double muted. I was just going to say that I appreciated the presentation, which left me with no questions, and I was going to make the recommended motion.
Thanks. Brian?
I wanted to join the party in terms of wanting to make the recommended motion, but I'm glad a Ward 3 rep made it. Heather covered my question, and thanks for Mary filling in. I wanted to better understand the implications of the accessibility condition. So we covered that. And the last thing is in 6.5 years, Caitlin, that may be the most helpful and clear description of parking requirement that I have seen. So thank you.
Agreed. Okay, I've got Gwen next.
Thanks. I'm really excited about this project, and I think it says a lot about the direction that the hip strip is going to be adding this kind of square footage in, and the tavern. So I'm really excited about it. And I was thinking back to, I think, 15 years ago when Cafe Dolce was trying to get established, and the huge amount of hearings over that. And I think it's just the culture has changed around this, so that this kind of community gathering space is really the future. So I'm excited about it, and just wanted to ask, I think I know the question, but it sounds like there was no comment from neighborhood on this. It looked, according to the attachments, there's no comment from neighbors, which is fine when it sounds like everybody is on board with this, but just wanted to reconfirm that.
Correct. Yeah, we didn't receive any public comment for this one.
Thanks. Julie?
I'm also supportive of the motion, and the glad to see this happening. The Roxy is certainly a stalwart location on the hip strip, and glad to see that they have the ability to expand. And this perhaps comes because I came in late, and I super apologize for that, but I'm not sure that I understood the accessibility question or answer. Are we saying that there will be accessibility from the new backside of the building? And if that's the case, I'm wondering about the alleyway from the sidewalk to the back of the building. Sorry if I'm not being very clear, let me know.
Mary?
Mary McCrae with Development Services. The alley itself is a vehicular travel way, so it can occur within the alley, but they could provide something on the exterior, something striped, or a sidewalk along the back of the building. I believe one exists, I'm not quite sure, but they could, just to get people in wheelchairs or with accessibility, issues from the public sidewalk on 6th to the theater.
Julie, does that answer your question?
Well, just a quick follow-up. I'm looking at the Google Maps picture of where that sidewalk on 6th Street meets the alleyway, and it doesn't look like something I would want to go over in a wheelchair. And so I guess it leaves me with a little bit of concern about the ADA access. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if it warrants another condition.
Can you bring up what you were looking at for the Google Maps, or bring up the general site plan?
I'm looking at the Google Maps. Can I share my screen?
Julie, are you looking at Street View? I have it pulled up as well, so I can share mine if you're not able to.
Okay. Is it?
Oh, there we go.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. So that the sidewalk meets the alley there, and there's those bushes, and obviously a big pothole.
Can you move that forward to look kind of at the back of the building?
It won't go down. No, it won't go down the alleyway.
and I'm not looking at the alley, I'm looking at the walkway along the back of the building.
Yeah, the Google Maps won't.
Oh,
They
it
didn't
won't go
drive
there.
far down there, so sadly I can't look at that.
Yeah, because I believe there's a good path along the back of the building.
But they have to get from this sidewalk to that path, right?
Well,
But-
it's from the sidewalk along the back of the building. So if you go to
Okay.
the back of the building, where the back of the building and the sidewalk are,
You know, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up a bunch of
that's
time.
okay. But
This is
I
just
believe
my
there's a
own-
good path along the back building.
Okay.
Because when we were getting accessibility on the site itself, the main challenge was just to get that slope from the edge of the edge of the pavement up to that new back door, which we have.
Okay,
So so I believe the accessibility would really be along the back of the building and not around through the alley.
okay. I don't want to take up more time here. I'll maybe get with Jordan afterward.
I think
And you can point out to me on the site plans, because I think I'm just missing it and I don't want to take up a bunch of time. Thank you,
I think
guys.
we can share it after the meeting. There is, as Steve's mentioning, there's a path immediately just directly to the east of the building that's pretty
Okay.
difficult to see on street view. So
Okay,
I think Tammy, did you want to add something on that?
I think Steve pretty much covered, but I was just gonna say at the end, on the sidewalk on 6th Street, at the end of the tuck shop, you know, there's a bank of mailboxes and a path through there that's accessible. And it's more of a direct route anyway to get to the garden and the back door.
okay.
Okay, great. Can we get the public comment slide up for a moment, please?
If I can figure out how to stop sharing my screen, which I can't seem to do.
I got it for you.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
So again, we're accepting public comment throughout the meeting. There is about a 45 to 50-second delay, so we'll just keep this up for a little while for the live meeting to percolate out into TV land. Heather and then Brian.
Thanks, Jordan. I forgot to mention this, but Brian's comments really emphasize this. Slides 9 and 10 in particular, 10 specifically, it's really good to see the mathematical application of these incentives that we have started to really implement and be able to see that, how it works out in a spreadsheet. And so that we know that the decisions that we're making towards sustainability and modal share is really impactful on projects of this magnitude. Small little neighborhood, little uses like this are very welcomed, especially when we know what the intended audience is and who's going to be showing up in their choice of mode split being reflected in the project. So Caitlin, once again, thank you for being so precise and in the message on those reductions.
Brian?
Thanks. I'll be really brief. Julie, I really appreciate you bringing it up. And I just was going to say, I think the easiest way to see what Tammy and Steve were describing is in the satellite plan view. If you zoom down, you can see the path that they've referred to that's directly proximate to the building. And it looks like it wraps around to Higgins and could also potentially connect to 6th Street, and it's way in from the alley. So I just was going to say that plan view satellite image was the best way I could see it. So
Thank you. I see it now. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Okay, we do not have anyone in the waiting room for public comment. I'll weigh in briefly. I also appreciate the parking calculation diagram, and it's good to see that function or that component of design excellence being utilized. I always thought that our zoning on the hip strip tends to overpark, and the last thing we wanted was a whole bunch of parking in this vibrant part of our downtown. Really appreciative for the Roxy team for finding yet additional ways to deliver culture in a time when we really need it. and being a really great community entity. And so I'm so grateful for your what you bring to the community and what you're doing in this project. It's good work. Any other comment before we vote? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on the floor and we will have a roll call vote, please.
Jordan, there is no need for a motion today because it's a pre-public hearing informational item. This is
Oh, I'm
Mary
sorry. I
McRae.
was thinking-
So it'll be on the public hearing on City Council agenda on Monday.
Is that there's motions listed on our agenda?
Right. I apologize for that. At the beginning of the presentation, we should have let you know that it
Okay.
is an informational item today.
Okay,
So
thanks.
you're all ready for Monday night.
So that also applies to our other conditional use. That's the procedure for both of those, correct?
No, for the other conditional use, they've already had their public hearing. It was sent back to committee. So now it's an action item. It's at Land Use and Planning Committee. And then based on whether the vote is unanimous or not, it will go on next Monday's consent agenda or committee reports, depending on the vote.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So we don't need a vote on, so the motion that Heather made is not necessary. We'll have this on Monday night at council. So without anything further, we can move on from this item. Thanks everyone for your work on this. Roxy folks, you're welcome to hang around, or you're welcome to take off if you've had your fill. We'll move on to item 3.2, which is the River Road and Reserve Street Residential Storage Warehouse conditional use. And Caitlin has our staff report on this as well.
Okay. All right, can you guys hear me and does it look good?
Yeah, thanks.
So this project, as a reminder, was previously reviewed in a public hearing at the February 24th City Council meeting. It was set back to committee, as Mary stated, when an easement necessary for an exit was not secured. I'll show you guys in a bit. As a reminder, this is a request from Jay and Debbie Getz for an approval of a residential storage warehouse conditional use located at the corner of Reserve Street and River Road. This slide shows the location of the subject property outlined in blue. It's on the east side of Reserve Street at the corner of River Road. The zoning for the subject property is B3-2, business mixed use. It also has design excellence, typology 4 overlay. A residential storage warehouse use requires conditional use approval in the business mixed use zoning district. The growth policy recommends a land use designation of residential medium with a density of 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. Zoning doesn't match the growth policy. However, the use is compatible with zoning, which permits existing commercial uses in this area. This project was resubmitted again after some changes were made since the last submittal and approved under Missoula's Design Excellence Review. As a reminder, Design Excellence Review includes a set of site and building design guidelines that are intended to shape development that's consistent with community character. The project meets the site design, dimensions, setback glazing, natural material usage, standards that are required in excellence. This is the current site. The top is a view from across Reserve Street and the bottom from River Road. The site is at a lower elevation than Reserve Street, so it dips down a little bit. This is a rendering of the proposed building, who is from Reserve Street. This is the previous site plan. So this is the one that was proposed at the public hearing on February 24th. As a reminder, the existing lot is currently vacant. The site development plan includes a new building, landscaping, bike parking, outdoor seating as a part of the project, and a new sidewalk on River Road will be installed. Access is right here, a right in, right out on River Road. All those things have stayed with the new proposal. The main difference is right here. So if you just pay attention to the southeast corner of the site plan, this is where the easement that was not secured onto North Davis, it will change. This is the new site plan. So as you can see, that easement onto North Davis is gone. And in its place is a turnaround for rental trucks. City engineering recommended that a condition of approval to ensure the turnaround will accommodate the largest U-Haul that you can rent, so a U-Haul truck or a truck and trailer combination. The turnaround does not have room for a fire truck to turn around, so in its place, the applicant and City Fire have agreed to a performance-based equivalency fire protection plan. This is an international fire code model, and it establishes requirements to fire prevention and protection systems using prescriptive provisions. In this case, it's when an on-site turnaround for fire department is not provided. And so in its place, City Fire and the applicant have agreed to a performance-based equivalency fire protection plan that outlines elements in the site, such as an additional building opening for emergency access, additional protected stairway, a standpipe system, and a reduction height of the false parapets on the building. This slide outlines the conditional reviews criteria. So compliance with zoning, which along with engineering and fire standards will be confirmed at the time of the building permit per conditions of approval 1 through 6. Compatible with the character of the area and surrounding buildings. The proposed commercial building is in an area surrounded by other commercial and some single dwelling residential uses. Landscaping will be installed to buffer the site's neighboring residential lots to the south and east. Operating characteristics. The proposed hours of operation are similar to neighboring businesses. The applicant's cover letter proposes the hours of operation are from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. And last is traffic safety. The area is well served by motorized infrastructure. The subject property has an existing sidewalk and bike lanes along Reserve Street, and the applicant will add sidewalks along River Road frontage of the building to improve safety for pedestrians. Next is the proposed conditions of approval. The first 2 conditions of approval existed with the original application, and conditions 3 through 6 are new. So the first condition of the project is that the project will comply with zoning and design excellence standards. The second is about Title 20 has specific standards for residential storage warehouse uses. It specifies that Title 20 specifies that it does not allow units to store explosives, toxic substances, hazardous materials, or radioactive materials. So we propose to require the applicant to include a statement in their lease agreement that prohibits these substances from being stored, and then submit it with their building permit. So these conditions of approval are the new ones per memo 2. Condition of approval number 3 is that the applicant shall provide that performance-based equivalency plan for fire protection that I spoke about earlier, subject to review and approval by City Fire. The next is that the applicant shall provide a grading and drainage report and stormwater plan prior to building permit approval, subject to review and approval by city engineering. All stormwater facilities shall be contained on site and outside of the public right of way. So this condition was recommended by City Engineering and Montana Department of Transportation. The drainage, it's because the site is at a lower elevation than Reserve Street. Drainage needs to slope away from the building and needs to be addressed on site. So sumps or other stormwater facilities also need to be located on site and outside of the public right of way. The next condition of approval is that the applicant shall be responsible for constructing the facilities at the driveway approach to River Road, restricting access to a right turn in and right turn out prior to building and permit approval, subject to review and approval by City Engineering. And last is that the applicant shall provide a turnaround on site to accommodate the largest moving truck for rental and truck or trailer combination. That's that turnaround on the southeast corner of the parcel that you saw on the site plan, which will be subject to review and approval of City Engineering. Overall, staff recommends approval of the residential storage warehouse conditional use in the B3-2 business mixed use zoning district at the corner of Reserve Street and River Road in accordance with Missoula City zoning ordinance based on the revised submittal packet that's dated June 1st, 2020, and the revised findings of fact and conclusions of law and subject to the revision of conditions of approval as shown in the memo that is dated July 22nd, 2020.
Thanks, Caitlin. So I have several people who have questions. I'd like to go to the applicants first, if on behalf of the applicants, if the Getzes or Mr. Kirby, if either of you would like to say anything, you're welcome to.
Hi, I'm Jay. We just wanted to try to point out a couple things that we saw in public comments and try to speak to those items. In public comment, there was concern about the building height being too high for Reserve Street. And as Caitlin referred to, the zoning allows us to go to 35 feet. Our building is only 33.6 feet with a lower side on the east, which is 29.6 feet. There was also a comment in public comment about the building being only a 3-story metal building. As Caitlin pointed out, the building is configured with brick, glass, timber, stucco, all of these which have been approved by the DER committee and meet, if not exceed, the guidelines. Parking commitments also are stated on the plat, and we're at the recommended number of parking places. And we will be landscaping from the building, including the MDT right-of-way, which we will be maintaining for them as well. City Engineering and City Fire have both approved the access, and we think we've met that criteria as well. And then there was one other public comment about the power poles on River Road, which are Northwest Energy is going to relocate those, and they have a plan to move them away so they aren't a hindrance to any traffic coming or going. We sure hope that our project at some point will be able to be used as a successful example of the Design Excellent Review program. It's certainly been an extended period of time for us, but I think we have a great project, and I'd like your support to see if we can't see it come to fruition. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Getz. I appreciate it. So for the record, Ms. Anderson is is in the meeting and has been here for quite a while, and I failed to recognize her when she came in. First on my list, I have Sandra and then Heidi.
Thank you. I'm glad that you came up with an agreement with the fire department due to the lack of the easement that you thought that you had. And I also am happy that you mentioned the public comment concerns and kind of put an ease to that. And so this is in my ward, Ward 6. So I like to make the recommended motion.
Okay, thanks. That motion is in order. And discussion or questions on the motion, Heidi and then Julie.
Thank you. So I have a question about the alternative compliance or condition number 3. So how functionally does that work if there were to be an emergency? Oh, shoot.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, Heidi, are you still with us?
We're unable to hear as well.
Okay. Heidi, it looks like you're muted again. I don't know if that's, but maybe there was a connection issue as well. I'll come back to you. Okay. Julie and then Amber.
Thanks. I'm in support of the motion. I am also glad for Mr. and Mrs. Getz that this is that you're finding a path forward with this. I have no doubt, based on the existing facility that you have on River Road in our ward, that this is going to be a beautiful building, that it's going to be well taken care of, that it serves a need that that the community has. I know there was also some concerns about, well, we don't need more storage. I think that the fact that you have put all of this time and energy into it means that we do need that. So I'm really supportive of it. I know it's been a long road for you guys trying to make this second facility work out, and I hope and I encourage my fellow council members to support it. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's go back to Heidi.
Thank you. I think I fixed my audio. For some reason, my laptop likes to not recognize its own speakers. So I guess my question has to do with condition number 3 and how that functionally works. In the case of an emergency phone call being made to the fire department, how does a fire truck know in an emergency situation that it can't use their equipment to respond to this, a potential fire, I guess?
Can I address that?
Sure.
The fire department, has stated that if it's a building fire, that they will access the building only from Reserve Street. And then there'd be ladder access, after they determine what's is happening with the emergency call. If it's something, like a heart attack or an injury or something like that, there's plenty of room for them to, to gain access, to the property. And they have emergency codes for the gates as well. We also designed and I think Caitlin alluded to it, a stairwell on the Reserve Street side, fire only access, with a water chamber that, takes water all the way to the top floor, so that if they need extra water when they're inside the building, that it's provided. So they certainly are comfortable with the design that we put together and comfortable with their ability to access it no matter what the situation might be.
So then I have a follow-up question in this process of who's checking compliance at what point. So is MDOT comfortable with the fire response having a significant impact on Reserve Street?
I didn't understand the question. You broke up. All I heard was impacting Reserve Street.
Yeah, I was wondering if MDOT is comfortable with relying on Reserve Street to be the only avenue for fire access.
Mary has her hand up. Did you want to add to that, Mary?
Yes, we had a meeting with MDT Engineering and City Fire, and the performance-based plan, equivalency plan, is written into the International Fire Code. So it is something City Fire deals with when they need to, when on-site access is not available. I'm not sure they will be accessing from Reserve Street. I think all of the information about that, the specifics about that plan, will be provided by City Fire and approved by City Fire prior to building permit. So we didn't get into all the details of that. We were researching in our discussion with them ways for on-site access. It would just taken up too much of the site to do that. So it's not something unusual. City Fire is comfortable providing fire protection per this equivalency plan. And I don't think we have the details of that. I'm not sure that access is specifically from Reserve Street only. I think they will, all the details of that will be outlined in the performance-based plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list, I have Amber, followed by Heather.
Yeah, thanks. I think Heidi was touching on one of my questions, but the building, since, my concern is since it's in a neighborhood and making sure that there is fire access. But it sounds like before the building permit is issued that the fire department would sign off on that. So I feel comfortable with that. I'm curious, and I think we talked about this in the last time you all were here, but the number of trips for a storage unit like this per storage unit, is there some kind of data on number of trips per day to the units? I mean, is there any kind of metric that we have there? And also the Department of Transportation, the concern over the coming off of Reserve and turning in right, is there any update on that? Or is that all kind of, can you speak to that about the concern of traffic backing up into Reserve, I think is my question.
Yeah, I can take both of those. So the right turn in, right turn out on River Road, city engineering approved it based on AASHTO site distances, so they're comfortable with that. And then the Reserve Street, the Department of Transportation denied any entrance on Reserve Street, so that's why we have that right turn in, right turn out on River Road. And then your first question escapes me, sorry.
Well, actually, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on one of those questions. My concern was I know there's no access on Reserve Street, but because of the proximity of the right turn into the facility and how far it is from Reserve Street, do you have any additional information on that, or is that just not a problem? And then my other question was regarding just kind of number of anticipated trips in and out of this unit per day.
The trips were, we did a traffic calculation and it was at 26 trips per day. And then for the backing up on Reserve, Mary, do you have anything on that beyond engineering using AASHTO site distances?
Yes, the meeting that was held with MDT and city engineering, they talked through those concerns, but this site only has 2 approaches where it can provide access to the site. Because MDT hadn't been out on the site and they didn't do the site visibility measurements that engineering did. So when they heard that engineering had been out on the site and looked at it in terms of visibility and site distance and felt comfortable, MDT did no longer express concern regarding that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Heather and then Mirta.
Thanks, Jordan. I have a question and then a comment. For Mary and Caitlin in particular, this being the first time I've heard of this performance-based equivalency for the fire department, can you speak to, please, the number of times that we've implemented that same equivalency?
I can't, Heather. It was the first time I'd heard about it too, when we had the meeting with City Fire, City Engineering, and MDT. And Adam Sebastian and Dax Frazier spoke about it as it was just one of the options in the International Fire Code that could be used. And they explained it to the applicant in terms of, you know, how it would work. I think what they're doing is they're providing water within the stairwell itself, and it meets those standards. It has to have a certain water pressure, and they can hook up directly to that, so they didn't have concerns.
Great, thank you for answering that question. And my comment is for Jay and Debbie. I appreciate you through this process, a second round. I know it was difficult the first time around to not have it, you know, to have neighbors opposed to the idea. I really want to thank you for embracing the concept of our design excellence. I know it met some resistance when the idea was first implemented. And I really, really do appreciate the fact that you realize that Missoula is as special to you as it is to the rest of us. And to take the idea of a plain vanilla kind of storage unit facility that we see throughout town and actually make it something that is going to be worthwhile. So I know there were extra steps involved. But it sounds like also with the concept of the performance-based equivalency, we found a creative solution to one of the dilemmas that you faced. And so thank you for sticking this out, and I'm full support of this project.
Thanks, Mirta, and then Jesse.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that as we continue to grow, it's going to be more difficult to find sites that don't present a challenge. And I really appreciate the applicant working with all the different departments to come up with a reasonable and what seems to me a safe solution to this. I also think that this site, based on its location and the uses that are being proposed, is a good transition from street into more residential neighborhood. So I appreciate that use. And finally, I think that this is the nicest storage facility building I have ever seen. And I really appreciate the applicant and his team for really putting something in the community that it's a beautiful building and an example to our design excellence regulations. So thank you, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, thanks. Jesse's next. Before you go, Jesse, I'm going to read off the public comment numbers. Just so everyone's aware, we did have someone in the waiting room who left immediately. So I don't know. In case someone is trying to call in, I'm going to briefly outline the procedures. When you call, you'll be placed in a virtual waiting room. And you'll be there until you're recognized to come into the meeting. So if you get silence or some hold music, that's what's going on. That's expected. And again, you can call area code 253-215-8782 or toll free from a landline 888-475-4499. Enter meeting ID 960-049-3694. You're also welcome to call back and leave a voicemail, 552-6012. That goes to all of City Council. That would be received by everyone in real time and certainly before our final meeting on Monday. So with that, Jesse and then Julie, please.
Thank you, Chairman Hess. I just wanted to echo my fellow council members and say I greatly appreciated the tenacity of the Getzes and their ability to adapt and overcome. in the face of change. So just wanted to throw my support behind the motion and thank the Getzes for bringing such a beautiful project to Missoula.
Thanks. Julie.
Thanks. Sorry to double dip, but I have a procedural comment and question. And I guess to Amber's questions, we did already have a public hearing on this, and then those concerns about the turning off of Reserve Street onto River Road were largely addressed at that time. And then my question is, so if we vote to approve today, does this just go on the consent agenda since we have already had that public hearing? I'm just not quite clear.
I'll defer to Caitlin and Mary, but that's my impression. If it's a unanimous vote, it would go on the consent agenda. If it were a not unanimous vote, it would go under committee reports.
Correct.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Stacy.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Chair. And that Julie's question just brought something to mind. So with the kind of revisit of this project, is there any noticing that has gone out to the neighbors in regards to the fact that they've come with a new design and fixed several of the things that were addressed? Looks like Caitlin is moving her head in affirmative and has something to say to this. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So it was reposted. We sent out letters to adjacent property owners just as if it was a new conditional use process. We did all the postings over again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the participant list. I heard the doorbell noise that Zoom makes when someone's trying to enter the meeting. There's no one in the waiting room. So again, if someone is trying to call in and is having difficulty, I would recommend calling and leaving a voicemail, 552-6012. Or you can also reach us by email. So any further questions or discussion before we take a vote on this? Okay. So we have had a good discussion. We have a motion on the floor. Let's go ahead and have a roll call vote, please.
Sounds like someone's in a spaceship.
Stacy Anderson,
Yes.
Berta Becerra,
Yes.
Heather Harp,
Yes.
Jordan Hess,
Yes.
Gwen Jones,
Yes.
Julie Merritt,
Yes.
Lizzie Ramos,
Yes.
Amber Sherrill,
Yes.
Sandra Beseca,
Yes.
Brian Von Losberg,
Yes.
and Heidi West.
That was a yes. I don't know if you heard me.
Now I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So that's unanimous in favor. So that will go on the consent agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your time today, and we will be adjourned.
Kendra, can you hear me?
Yes.
Michelle, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Good morning, Mirta.
Good morning.
And Wendy is helping us out today, and she is up front. But since we're not voting, I don't know if we'll need this to go back up again, but she's available if we need her.
Great. Yeah, this is just an informational item, so I think will be good. Let me know when we're ready to go, okay?
And Mirta, we're all set.
Great, thank you. I see the rest of council names, so I'm gonna assume you guys are all here. Okay. The doorbell keeps ringing. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna call the Public Works Committee to order. It is July 22nd. We are once again meeting virtually. If we could please put up the information for public comment on the screen, that would be great. Okay, and I'm gonna do roll call to see who is here while we keep that slide on the screen. Stacy Anderson.
Here.
Okay, Mirta Becerra is here. John Contos. I don't think he's joining us today. Heather Harp. Okay, I think she might be late.
I just saw her pop back up.
Okay, Jordan Hess.
I'm here. I have to step out for a moment, but I'll be back in 2-3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Gwen Jones.
Present.
Okay, Julie Merritt.
Present.
Jesse Ramos.
Jesse sent a note that he was attending a commissioners meeting.
Okay, so absent. Amber Sherrill.
Present.
Sandra Vasica.
Present.
Brian von Lossberg.
Here.
And Heidi West.
Present.
Great. Once again, let's do approval of minutes. We have minutes from our meeting on July 8th. Are there any changes or amendments to those minutes? See none, those will stand approved. And once again, public comment. If you want to provide comment, please join us by calling 1-253-215-8782. If you're calling from a landline, 1-877-853-257. And the meeting ID number is 960-049-3694. You can always email us at council@ci.missoula.mt.us, and you can also leave a voicemail for us. You can call 406-552-6012. And I'll be taking public comment after we hear the only item that we have on our agenda today, which is a presentation. If we can okay, we can take that up. Thank you, Michelle. So our one item for this week is the Transportation Capital Improvement Programs Project Prioritization. And we have I think a tag team presentation from both Aaron Wilson and Jeremy Keene. I believe you all received an email from me and also from Ben Weiss with that project matrix that I hope you had a chance to look at. So Jeremy, I'll let you run with it.
Thanks, Marta. Good morning. Jeremy Keene, Public Works Director. I'm just going to introduce this and then hand it off to Aaron Wilson and Ben Weiss, who will give a presentation. This is a continuation of the conversation we had on June 24th around developing some criteria for a more comprehensive and combined capital improvement program. And we've done a lot of work with the criteria based on your comments to refine those. And then staff has gone through and scored upwards of 80 projects to develop a comprehensive list. And we'll present that to you today, looking for feedback on the way that the projects were scored and the way that the list is developed. And then in the coming weeks, we'll come back with a formal CIP request with actual dollar amounts plugged in for those projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I'm just going to immediately hand it over to Ben since he had put this presentation together and has been doing the bulk of the work on the projects. So I don't think I have too much to add right now. We're going to give kind of a brief overview of what we presented last time, just as a reminder, and then dive into the meat of the conversation, which is around how the projects scored and ranked, and get some feedback on that. So I'll stop talking and let Ben take over.
Thanks, Aaron. Am I going to be able to share my screen? I think so. Great. So yeah, this is, like Jeremy and Aaron mentioned, this is an update to the previous conversation. And so we're going to quickly go through, rehash why we developed a new process to update the CIP project list. We really want to strengthen the relationship with our plans, create a data-driven process that is both more transparent and better aligns our funding decisions with our plans, policies, and the citywide strategic plan. And then we want these lists and these projects to be results-based and also be flexible and opportunistic, because as much planning as we can do, there are still things that arise from time to time that we need to be able to respond to. A reminder, the strategic framework that we're kind of basing this around is an integrated planning model where we look at making intentional investments, targeted implementation to achieve people-focused outcomes. And we want to be as engaging as possible with as many city departments and with the public as we can, and to accomplish this. So this is a slide from the 2020 long range transportation plan update, and it fits for what we're doing too. We kind of collected some projects to look at. We screened them based on some criteria, like where they came from, and making sure that we had a kind of broad swath of potential high priority projects. And then we scored them, and then we're kind of right where the little Pac-Man is right now, gobbling up these dots. We've developed, we're getting ready to develop scenarios, and we've scored and ranked the projects, and now next step is going to be to assign some dollar figures to those and then recommend some of these prioritized projects. So we got these projects from our facility plans, and our goal now is to provide even more project detail and refinement to make sure that we know what we're looking at and what we're about to bite off. So the new project list combines all the transportation projects into one list, or as many as possible that we've been able to round up from previous CIPs and from different agencies. We identify the project types, the project scopes, and the intended outcomes. We are providing enough description to evaluate benefits and costs, or we're noting where we don't have that quite yet. We gathered comprehensive background information to score the projects, and then we scored them based on goals and objectives, with extra weight on safety and equity per council feedback at the last meeting. So real quickly going over the criteria that we used to score them, we had 7. There was the plan conformity, connectivity, access, safety, equity, readiness, and leverage. Plan conformity means, does the project meet our goals? Does it exist in our long range plans or in neighborhood plans, previous CIPs? Does it meet the complete streets policy? A high scoring project will be a high priority in the long range plan and be clearly identified in other plans and have benefit to a wide range of users. Connectivity means connections to other facilities. The image at the bottom is from the South Avenue project that's currently in the design phase, showing that it connects to trails and bus stops, bike lanes on reserve, some sidewalks in the neighborhood, that sort of thing. Another way that projects might score well on connectivity is if there actually isn't connectivity, if it's an isolated route, not on the grid and the only way to go. A recent project that we completed, that's an example of that, is Hillview Way. By making that multimodal and safer for everyone, that really increased a lot of connectivity to the South Hills. Access means the destinations within walking distance. So we're looking, a high scoring project will include hospitals, elementary schools, regional parks, or downtown, or some combo of all of those. Low scoring would be low density commercial or single family housing predominant neighborhoods. Safety, we're looking at projects that address known crash histories, and projects will score higher if they provide safe crossings or safe facilities along routes that have high speeds, high volumes, or a high number of travel lanes. Some extra points for safe routes to school or for truck routes if people are currently having to share the road with a large number of trucks, then maybe safety needs to be addressed there as well. And then finally, how well does the project itself address safety? What we noticed when we kind of dove into these is that maybe there's a place where safety is a challenge, but the project that as it's currently scoped might not address it super well. Or similarly, a project might be small in scope, but really has a big safety impact. Equity, we looked at underserved neighborhoods as well as redevelopment impacts. And so meaning that when infill happens and we focus inward, which is what we really want to do, without necessary transportation improvements, there can be an inequitable distribution of those impacts of redevelopment. For example, when new mixed use or higher density housing goes in without sidewalks, we know that it can become unsafer or less safe for people to be walking in that neighborhood, even though in theory we're creating a more walkable neighborhood with those added uses. We looked at the Invest Health neighborhoods. We looked at opportunities for affordable housing and impacts on vulnerable populations. Leverage, we looked at what projects might a new project build on, both public and private, and also imminent projects about to happen, whether they're public works maintenance projects or development projects that are in the pipeline. URDs and other funding sources provide some leverage, and just noting redevelopment potential as well, even if the area is not in a URD. Readiness, some projects are really close to having construction documents, and others require a planning study before we even get there. Some have preliminary engineering work. Some of them might require coordination outside of the city, and that might make it a little less ready as well. So the project list has been whittled down to 78 worthy projects. And one thing that I want to highlight and ask council to keep in mind when reviewing the entirety of the list is that even the low scoring ones on the list are still important projects and ones that have been identified as having real benefit and real need. They might just not be as immediate as some of the higher scoring projects. We put some big ballpark round numbers to the projects, and the entirety of the project list represents about $125 million worth of investment, which shows how high the need is and kind of how little we have to work with in comparison. There's multiple project types across a broad geographic distribution in the city, and then they're serving all modes of travel. So the top 10 projects that emerged, the number one is one that we're calling the West Side Area Replacement, and we'll get into that in a little more detail in a second. But as you can see, it scores high across the board. Maybe it needs a little work and readiness. Higgins, we'll also get into it in a little more detail, but this is the section between Broadway and Brooks, not including the bridge, which MBT is taking on. And that one also scores very high, but has some work to do to make an actual project ready. Probably a study is needed ahead of time. California Street, the reconstruction that MRA has put some funding into creating designs for, also scores very high, in no small part because it creates opportunities for affordable housing, including a full city-owned block that would be created with that project. The Kent Central Neighborhood Greenway also scores very well, and I'll get into more detail on that one in a little bit. The Burton Greenway, the Broadway Cooper intersection by the McDonald's and the car wash over just west of Russell is a very big safety, very high scoring safety project. Eaton would be a sidewalk project in the Franklin of the Fort neighborhood. South Avenue is that reconstruction between the western edge of Fort Missoula and Reserve Street that I mentioned earlier. The build grant and the multiple projects contained within that score very well. And then sidewalks across the north side from Turner to Warden and North Fifth also score very well. I'd say the top 20 or even 30 projects all score pretty close together. There's not a ton of distinction, which you can see again on the attached PDF or on the actual spreadsheet that I sent to council members if you want to dive in and look at the details of how projects scored. Going into a little more detail on the West Side Area project, it's a combination of multiple small projects where staff feels that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. It would include sidewalk, some new, but mostly repair and replacement on Pine, Nora, May, and Alder. It would include bike lanes on Spruce, safety enhancements at Owen and Broadway, Alder and Orange, and the Toole Railroad Alder May intersection by Little McCormick Park, where there's kind of a sea of asphalt. Angled parking on Alder and a parking lot reconfiguration and bridge access improvements at the North Side Pedestrian Bridge. And there's a map on the next slide to show you more detail on this. But it's truly multimodal, accommodating and enhancing connectivity and safety for all users. There's major safety improvements included, and it responds to significant development pressure in that neighborhood. So here's a map of the area. When we say the West Side, it's not the entirety of the West Side neighborhood, but rather an area bounded by Orange Street on the east, Broadway on the south, Scott Street on the west, and Toole Railroad on the north. And so with hospital expansion, with assuming that the drift development still takes place, there's increased parking pressure in this neighborhood. There's infill projects happening near Toole Crossing and Draft Works. And so what we've found is that each of these projects by themselves do have some benefit, some more than others, but that the major benefit happens if all of them take place because they mitigate the impacts of each other. For example, the Alder Street parking project to add diagonal parking on Alder really helps with a Spruce Street bike lane project, which may have to eliminate parking on one side of the street on Spruce. And so there are ways that those two would balance with each other. Similarly, the increase in parking on Alder necessitates some of the curb work and sidewalk connectivity and ADA ramps that don't currently exist there. The crossing at Owen and Broadway, this red star down at the bottom, that will help facilitate safe crossing for hospital employees that currently park to the south. And there used to be a tunnel under Broadway, which recently has been closed. And so that's a project that, there's more pedestrians crossing the street there. And so a safe crossing is needed. And then when Drift comes on board, they're constructing the trail through there. and that helps connect all the way up to the north side pedestrian bridge. So the result of this project would be increased connectivity, to and through this neighborhood, with safer access to downtown, to the trail network, to major regional destinations, and points in between. It also has connectivity with the proximity and equity with proximity to the POV, facilitating safe connections to the hospital, the grocery store, and other destinations. The Higgins project is a high priority in many plans, and the recent tragic crash highlights the need, but it's one that we've known that's existed for a long time, and we've been trying to figure out where and how to make progress on that. The downtown master plan considers it a high priority, and the implementation committee for that is looking at options for making that happen sooner than later. There's a really great opportunity with the bridge rehab project about to begin. And there's an opportunity to leverage available MPO funds. Aaron might be able to talk more about that, but there's definitely some opportunity there. And a good project, a successful project, will require a coalition of council, staff, neighborhoods, businesses, and MDT. And so we're hoping that we can make something work. It seems like now is the time. Just one more that I wanted to highlight is the Kent Central Greenway. This is one that we've applied for federal grants for unsuccessfully, but this is kind of the scope of the project would be to create a bike ped connection all the way from the university housing on Maurice to the east, out past C.S. Porter Middle School on Reserve. And with some minor intersection improvements and a little bit of sidewalk work on Central, this becomes an incredible east-west connection in a part of town that currently doesn't really have one. And so some examples of what those intersection improvements are here: A is the intersection at Higgins, B is at Bancroft, C is at Brooks, and D is at Russell. And looking at these, A, this is what Higgins could look like with some bulb outs and some clearer crosswalks. At Bancroft, same thing. At Brooks, this is what we're envisioning, is a creation of a shared use path for a block on the southeast side of the intersection, a crossing that has flashing beacons that hits Brooks at a 90-degree to minimize crossing distance, and then pick up the shared use path on the northwest side, and then continue just back on. If you're a bike rider, continue on street. If you're a pedestrian, if you're walking, continue on the sidewalk on Kent, which is a fairly low volume, low speed street. So those are examples of some of the projects. I guess I wanted to kind of move quickly through this so that we could get into discussion and questions that council might have. Our next steps are identifying funding sources and projections, and looking for opportunities with overlapping utility and maintenance projects. And then we're going to put our heads together and create a 5-year CIP list to bring back to council during the budget process. And over time, we're going to continue refining project scopes and designs. Like I said, there were 78 projects on the list. It's pretty comprehensive, although when we looked at all the plans, but it's not everything that exists out there. And so we foresee adding projects to this list over time, and kind of having this be a new model that we bring forward. We get together again in the spring next year and look at what we were able to do and what we weren't, and if any priorities change, or if new information comes, or if new projects are proposed, then we add them to the list and continue scoring them. And so with that, I feel really good about this, that staff has come together and evaluated sort of what are all the moving parts that are happening in the city, and how can we try and compare apples to apples with them. And I feel like this is a really good first shot at that.
And if I could just jump in really quick too and add the one caveat on sort of the next steps is figuring out potential. Part of this 5-year CIP is looking at potential phasing of projects. So the example of the neighborhood greenway, that's a combination of the intersection improvements, signing and striping. There are some missing sidewalks. And so we rolled the sidewalk projects in with this full greenway project. And so there's an opportunity to sort of, as funding becomes available, or you can phase elements of this project over time. So you don't necessarily have to do the whole greenway all at once, even though that might be, a desirable way to go. Funding usually doesn't allow for that scope of project for some of these smaller, high scoring, but more challenging projects. And so I think that's an opportunity both for the greenways, sidewalks, and some of the west side area replacement project that could be phased over time. And we could start chipping away at it. And then there are other projects like Higgins where we don't know what that improvement might be, but there's a sort of pressing need to do the engineering and the study part of it. And so that would be sort of the first phase of that project. And it's a way that we can start looking at these and making sure that we're making progress on those high priority projects, even if we're not going to start construction next year. So I think that's an important part of this that we need to consider.
Thanks, Aaron. I see 6 hands up, but somehow I missed who raised their hand first. So if it's okay with you all, I'm just going to call as I see them here, unless Jordan Hess tells me there's a way to find that out with our software, but I can't find it. So
the order listed is the order received. So if you go from top to bottom, that'll be
okay. So I'm gonna go as I see it on my screen. From top to bottom. Okay, I'm gonna try that then. So that would be Julie Merritt first.
Thanks you guys. And Ben, thank you for the presentation and for sharing that spreadsheet with us. That's very helpful. The one item, and maybe I have missed this and it's here, and is an indication of which neighborhood is affected. And I realize, especially like talking about the Kent Central Greenway, that's multiple neighborhoods, but that, largely I can figure that out on my own. But I definitely want to say I'm glad to see the Eaton project in the top 10, and the neighbors in that area will be happy about that. Although you have the color codes and that's coded as a sidewalk project, but I think that there's a big road repair project as part of that. So maybe you guys could speak a little bit to the color coding and how maybe sometimes those are mixed.
They are mixed sometimes, and the further we get into this, almost the less meaningful the color coding has become. Road maintenance is definitely a big piece of the Eaton project, and one of the reasons it scores high is because of the leverage of a kind of imminent repaving that I know that Public Works, the Streets Division wants to get to. And so one of the things that that I hear about from neighbors is that they are appreciative of roadway repairs when they happen, but when they take place without sidewalks, they can often lead to higher speeds and more cut-through traffic, and a feeling of decreased safety despite improvements that we make. And so we really want to try and tie road repair projects to sidewalks on roads that have higher volumes, or in the case of Eaton, bus service. And so we really want to make that happen. So those two things would happen simultaneously. We don't have projects that are just explicitly road maintenance on this list, often because those get, we're still kind of reviewing the pavement condition index that we received from the consultant and figuring out how to incorporate that into Brian's annual work plan. But we know that we are tying road maintenance to these projects. As for your suggestion of adding a column for which neighborhoods these projects impact, that's a great idea and something that I can get on immediately.
Real quick follow-up, maybe it would be even easier just to say which ward, like we do with referrals.
Okay.
If it impacts one ward in particular, it usually says that on the referral. That'd be great.
That's a great idea. Next I have Gwen and then Heather.
Thanks. I had several questions. First, Ben or Aaron, I am just not clear in my mind what the California Street project is, and maybe you articulated that. There isn't a map for California, but could you just tell us again a little bit what that entails and where it's geographically located? I wasn't sure if it was north or south of the river.
Sure, it's the project south of it's California Street south of the river, from River Road to 3rd Street. And there was a design that MRA, they contracted WGM to design the north half of that nearly 10 years ago now. And then about 2 or 3 years ago, contracted WGM to design the south half. And so we have at least 30% design drawings for a full reconstruction of California Street that includes sidewalks, curb gutter. I believe there's some treatments, some advisory bike lanes, a kind of new treatment to the city proposed for some of it, some safer crossings, and the part where it currently S-curves down the hill, the design proposal actually squares it off and creates a new block in there because there's city-owned property in that section. And so it creates a squared off city-owned block that is developable.
Wonderful, thank you. I thought that's what you were talking about, but I appreciate you talking through that. And I want to give a shout out to Emily Brock, who 3 years ago pushed really hard to get that 30% engineering done on the lower half there. And that is an important area, and it could feed into the housing policy. So super exciting. My second question, Madam Chair, if I may continue for a couple more.
Go ahead.
Thank you. A lot of these, as you just discussed, a lot of these involve not only doing street work, but then you want to do the adjacent sidewalk work also. So is this melding with our master sidewalk plan, not only for planning, but also for financing, so that our yearly sidewalk master plan projects would be perhaps some or all going to these projects?
Yeah, so this project, this development of this list actually started as a way just to prioritize the sidewalk project, redesign that master sidewalk plan that Doug Harvey had drafted in 1993. And I mean, he continued to update it, of course, but it was a way to look at that as to target investment to more closely align with our goals. And it was after looking at sidewalks that we realized, gee, we should be roping in these other types of projects as well, because an example of a project that used sidewalk funds and that scope versus a neighborhood sidewalk project, and putting them kind of on the same footing.
Great. Now, I really like the approach, and it's fascinating seeing the top 10, even though I know the top 20 or 30 all rate close to that. But in my mind, this is the biggest bang for the buck list here, and I really appreciate that approach. My last kind of comment is just regarding the hip strip and Higgins, and ultimately getting bike lanes in there. I'm super supportive of that. I've talked for the last 4.5 years since I've been on council about it. Happy to help. Really, really important. And I know that it has a red box up there, so it is not. It's red in that it is not ready yet. So I understand it's not to the starting chute yet. There's some work that needs to be done, but I know people in my ward are really leaning in on that and want to support that. So we'll be communicating, and thanks for all of your work on this.
Thank you. Next, Heather, and then Brian.
Thanks, Marta. So first off, I really want to speak to this very holistic approach of public works improvement projects. I remember the last time we went through this, and it just was mind numbing to try and go through this with what we were given at that time to try and make heads or tails of it. So staff, I just really want to say thank you for the concerted effort to really push us to get to this point. It makes your job and our job so much easier. So I really do appreciate that. I have 3 questions. Ben, you presented 78 different CIP projects. How many of those 78 are you hoping to fund with the CIP?
I might defer to Aaron or Jeremy on that one. As you'll see, if you look at the cost estimates on these, I think the highest one that we have is maybe the build grant project at a total project cost of 15 million. And the lowest one I think is maybe $2,000. And so I think that there's opportunities to bite some of these off. I actually just learned yesterday that one of these projects might have been completed for us by MDT. It looks like there's a new rapid flashing beacon on North Reserve at the Ruby's crosswalk. And so that was one that we did not know was happening and might have got knocked off our list for us. So I think that those conversations about how much we can propose and get funded depends on available money. It also depends on available staff. So we could take on, just because we might be able to take on more, we might not have the engineering staff to actually do the project management on all of these. So we'll know more on that later. Aaron or Jeremy, do you have any other info on that?
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that. So what we're looking at in the CIP is funding levels from our transportation impact fees, gas taxes, and road district. And that doesn't include leverage, the things that we can leverage from other sources like urban renewal districts or MDT projects or maintenance money. But at that kind of basic level, we get about $1 million a year in ARSA gas tax that would be available. We get about $1 million or a little over $1 million in transportation impact fees. And we've been committing about $400,000 out of our road district. We're looking to up that a little bit this year, more like $500,000 or $600,000, and match that with the sidewalk assessments. So when you add all that up, it's a little under $3 million that we can spend in a fiscal year. So that our challenge here is to take these projects and build a CIP out of that funds the next year, FY21, and then builds a 5-year plan around that, what we think we'll have in revenue. So based on what we hear today and the list that's been developed, we'll come back with those more detailed funding requests.
Thank you. Just the basic math on that, $125 million worth of projects, and we get to spend maybe $3 million. So we have 41 years worth of projects ahead of us. Second question, Ben, can you speak to how many other east-west greenways we have right now that we have here in Missoula, so I can understand the importance of this Kenton Central Greenway project?
Yeah, I'll try and do this off of memory. The other thing I just wanted to real quickly draw your attention to, in the email that I sent yesterday, I didn't include it in a public link because the map we have requires city credentials to log into, but there is a map that shows these projects as well, an ARC online map. But another east-west one that scored pretty well on this list is the Patty Creek and Ernest Greenway, a little to the south of this project. So that would go from the intersection of Patty Creek and Higgins, extending west past Splash, Montana and Playfair Park, connecting through the park and crossing Russell near Russell Elementary, and then going through the Southgate Triangle neighborhood, eventually crossing Brooks with the new crossings proposed in the Brooks corridor planning studies that are happening, and connecting to the Bitterroot Trail. So that's another east-west one. Another high-scoring east-west neighborhood greenway project is 4th Street, which gets you all the way from essentially Madison Street Underbridge on the east in the trail system, connecting west through the Hip Strip and the Riverfront neighborhood to the Franklin of the Fort neighborhood. And it provides a great alternative to 3rd Street, and getting the challenges there are getting across the major intersections. The Russell intersection should be taken care of with the next phase of the Russell project. So really Orange Street is the main challenge to the 4th Street Greenway. Another one that's not directly east-west, but that certainly goes northwest to southeast, and we've already started working on, is Franklin Street through the Slant Street neighborhoods. And that's another high-scoring one that is pretty neat, that connects the California Street project and the California Street Bridge south down Ivy, Franklin, and then it can connect at the intersection of Mount and Park and Plymouth, and you can head east to the university or Paxson School, or south to Lewis and Clark Elementary and the parks to the south. So yeah, the full neighborhood greenway network is probably best seen on the bike map, which I can send as a link, or people can find it on the city's website.
Thank you, Ben. I've ridden the Franklin Greenway, and really just a pleasure. So thanks for doing what it takes to get to the stage that it is at this point. My final question, on the top 10 page, when we see that the projects for Higgins, Kenton Central, and Turner Water in North Fifth, all of their readiness levels are red. You explained Higgins, what do the other two projects need in order to advance them at least to yellow or the green level?
Yeah, so Kent Central, because the major components of that project are crossing MDT's routes. The reason that those are red and not ready is that we need a lot more coordination with MDT on what is feasible and when and what that could look like. And then for Turner Ward and North Fifth, that one's a bit more of a straightforward sidewalk project. We just haven't done any surveying or preliminary engineering work that might be required for a project like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben.
Okay, next I have, let's see, Brian and then Heidi.
Thanks. Thanks, Ben, Aaron, Jeremy, appreciate this. Couple, I think it's just points I'd like to underscore, and not about some specific projects. So on the one at the top of the list, in the Spruce Alder area, I just, looking through the details and the scoring, I want to underscore the importance of the comments in the notes about project of this scale and scope is unprecedented, and so would require some planning, and more specifically to highlight the concerns of the Heidi and my constituents in that area, particularly along Alder Street. I think that a project, even that looks at the area comprehensively, that results in bike lanes on Spruce, if I'm getting this right, and does the angled parking on Alder without additional consideration and planning around Alder will be vehemently resisted by constituents in that area. And so I think that's why I'm underscoring the planning process there. We have exceptionally wide public right-of-ways, and I think the constituents have, some have raised the valid point of that it is not enough to just maximize the parking in that area, that we should be looking more holistically at that street, even within the greater context of the area, and hopefully that makes some sense. The other thing I just wanted to mention, and this is really more to my colleagues, I'm really glad to see the Warden Turner area on here. I think one of the things that Heidi and I have spoken to, and she's likely to more articulately than I, is this is an area in desperate need of infrastructure. It deserves that infrastructure from an equity standpoint. And even with the work that we've done in the sidewalk subsidy program, I remain unconvinced that that if we implement a project here, that we will be doing justice to the folks under our existing subsidy program. This is a low-income census tract. I'm probably getting the terminology wrong. And so I just want to sort of provide notice that we need to do this kind of work in this area. I'm certainly cognizant that there are other areas of town that this likely applies to. I think we have additional work to do to make sure that what we ask of constituents in that area is equitable from a financing standpoint.
Well said, Brian. I too wanted to point out that for the west side, that area, whatever projects we're able to fund in that area can serve as tremendous leverage for a lot of future investment that's much needed in that area. And I'm happy to see it rank as high as it did. It's like I said, much needed, a lot of those improvements, particularly as we think about that area being part of the opportunity zone and invest health and all the other funding resources that we can pull to hopefully provide better and much needed connectivity in that area. So great to see that in. Next I have Heidi and then Sandra.
Thank you. So I do want to follow up maybe a little bit on what both you and Brian just said. I think a lot of the impacts that are going to be experienced in addition to what already exists in Turner, Warden, North Fifth, the West Side area, and also along California Street are going to be the direct result of city investment, whether it's through supporting affordable housing projects that are going into this area or MRA contributions for actually the city purchasing and holding land, that I think it gives us a higher degree of responsibility to mitigate potential negative impacts on the existing neighborhood. I do want to say in general that I think this level of infrastructure and transportation planning that our community has been engaging in is in some ways groundbreaking. I think it's speaks highly to our staff and our priorities as a community to really create a system of resource allocation that looks at equity as well as safety. And I think it's super important. And I'm really like, this is some of the best work I think we are doing. And then I have two questions. One question has to do with, I guess, the long range planning that Mountain Line is engaging in and some of their bus stop improvements and how that relates to this scoring. And then I have a follow-up question after that.
Sure. So Mountain Line's projects were taken into account in both the plan conformity piece and the connectivity piece. Projects that make it easier to get to a bus stop along routes 1, 2, 6, or 7, which are the higher frequency and kind of central core of the Mountain Line system. Those projects scored higher. Projects that were within walking distance of other stops scored moderately, and projects that didn't serve transit might get a little lower connectivity score depending on what other connectivity pieces they have. And so we definitely reviewed Mountain Line's plans and looked not only at their existing stop locations, but what their future stops do. And another way that since they're currently underway on a bus stop improvement plan on routes 1 and 2, that fed into the leverage scores as well. An example is the Gerald Greenway through the University District, extending south to Lewis and Clark. Mountain Line is building some of the only infrastructure project along that entire route is the intersection with South Avenue, and Mountain Line is building half of it for us with their bus stop project. And so that's one that scored higher on leverage as a result of that.
Thank you. That's a great answer. And I'm super glad that that level of collaboration is happening. So my second question has to do with, I guess, neighborhood level planning and how future updates and changes to neighborhood plans get incorporated into, I guess, the scoring and CIP projects into the future. I know that the north side, west side, and River Road, especially, are currently engaging in a process of updating or starting to update their neighborhood plans. And I would love to know how new information that might come to light in neighborhood plans gets addressed in this.
Yeah, we plan for this to be a living document and to change not only with new information, but as projects come off the list because of completion. And so we fully plan to incorporate those. The only neighborhood plans I reviewed so far for this are the Rattlesnake Valley plan and the North Reserve Scott Street Master Plan and the Downtown Master Plans. The North Side, West Side current plan is a little more out of date and also a little less specific. Basically, they say we need sidewalks, which doesn't tell us too much about priority routes. But we definitely would incorporate any sort of neighborhood level planning. And I'm going to let Aaron speak more to what might be happening with that right now.
Yeah, and I don't know that I have a good idea of what's happening at the neighborhood level, but I do think it's really important to, especially as we start looking at some of these projects like implementing neighborhood greenways and looking at sidewalk projects and priorities. I think it's really good for us to sort of get that feedback from the neighborhood. Like, is Eden Street really the highest priority sidewalk in that neighborhood? We think it is, and I think we've heard enough from the Franklin to the Fort neighborhood that is, given the development pressures and the transit and other things. But the more we can engage in that direct neighborhood level planning, it gives us that context of when we're going in to do these projects, are we getting it right? And as we start to design them, thinking about how we design those projects and is it meeting the needs of the neighborhood. So I think it's a great opportunity. Anytime we can engage the neighborhoods to work on this stuff, I think it's really helpful. You know, the West Side area replacement might be another opportunity where there would, as Brian said, the neighborhood engagement of that piece of that project is going to be really critical to figure out how all of those pieces fit together to mitigate the impacts. So not just going in and striping a bunch of parking, but doing the other improvements that help make that work for the neighborhood. So I think we're always looking for those opportunities, and as neighborhood planning gets off the ground, you know, we'll participate in that as well and think about these projects and how they fit in.
What's really important about this process is that we have to do it every year. And so we're allocating funding for 1 year and we're planning for 5 years. So as there's new information, these scores of the projects will change. And as there's new projects, we can add them to the list and see where they fit. So that opportunity should come every year as we reevaluate.
Thank you. So next we have Sandra and then Amber.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work you put in this wonderful presentation. It was very informative. One thing did stick out to me was the bulb outs. I see, or I've heard a lot of constituents complain about those. I haven't had any complaints from any of the departments, such as the street department, but I've heard that it shortens the road width, and it also has trouble for the snow plows. So I was wondering if bulb outs are going to be a reoccurring theme within the city of Missoula with this program, or if it's just going to be in sporadic areas.
They certainly have an added safety benefit of reducing the crossing distance by sticking out into the typical parking lane. Then you're putting the pedestrians out from behind parked cars, making them more visible, and also just reducing their exposure. So they are a treatment that we want to use wherever it makes sense, but I can't say just blanketly that they're going to be everywhere or anything like that. While they can cause some frustration for plow drivers, we've learned a bit since some of the older ones that have been in town about ways to make the angles accommodate both plows and street sweepers more. When they're built into the curb line, it's a lot better for everyone as opposed to just a monolithic slab plopped down on the asphalt.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, and next, Amber.
Yeah, thanks. I think most of my questions have been answered. I just wanted to reiterate that I think this is a great holistic approach. I'm really happy to see it. I appreciate, Ben, that you mentioned that we're funding 1 year at a time, and then we're going to do some reassessment because things change. I'm also being in the Kent Central area for 20 years. I'm really happy to see that made the top 10, and also that you mentioned the Patty Creek corridor, because there is not with two daughters that have been riding bikes for years through this area and trying to connect to other parts of town, that east-west connection I never knew where to tell them to go because there's no safe corridor that way. So I appreciate that that's on the list for this ward. Thank you. Great job.
Thanks, Amber. Next, I have Julie and then Stacy.
I'll be super quick. I meant to say this before on the Kent Central project. I don't know if you guys have heard from others, but when my son was attending CS Porter, he said that cars often did not stop even when that light was red, when the pedestrian had pushed. And granted, okay, that's coming from a 13, 14-year-old. But I wonder if there has been any thought about additional safety improvements at that crossing with this project in mind.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So that is part of the Kent Central Greenway. That current stoplight is in the middle of a block, and so it's not a direct pedestrian connection. You have to walk. If you're coming from the neighborhood there, you need to walk down Reserve to get to the light. And then when you cross into CS Porter, you can't access the school there anymore either. And so what this project would look at is removing that signal and then adding safety enhancements at the Central Reserve intersection. And those would include a user activated signal that was more responsive, because currently you push the button, you have to wait for a long time. And so there's different types of user activated pedestrian signals that might be appropriate for a road crossing a street such as Reserve. But yes, we would look at enhancing that significantly with this. And again, that speaks to the point that Aaron was making earlier about biting off chunks at a time. That one intersection, if the city were to fund it entirely, might be half of the work that we could do in a year. And so because it's complicated with right-of-way and lack of sidewalks on Central, and the signal work is always expensive.
I'm just glad to know that's on your radar screen. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Julie. Stacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize if this was sort of discussed earlier, but I just kind of want to, if this plan goes into place, when sort of does it take effect in terms of the projects identified? The specific reason why I ask is that I know that continuing the sidewalks along Lower Miller Creek is a project that is in the hopper per se, and I know it had gotten pushed down the road a little bit when we sort of put the sidewalk planning process or project on hold due to some increase in costs. So I'm just kind of wondering where things fall in the hopper, and then kind of how does this overlap or take over or start to be the new kind of best practice?
It's a good question, and it brings up a point that I wanted to make earlier. And so just because I showed you the top 10 doesn't mean that we're going to go from number 1 down the list. There's all sorts of reasons that projects that, number 34 might just be ready to go and have private partnership, and we get that done sooner than the top scoring project. And so that's one of those. Lower Miller Creek is on this list. It's much lower because it's kind of isolated out there, and connects to the school, but doesn't have a current safety crash history. It is the route to school, and so it does score on that. But without getting into the details of that, this list seeks to replace the existing CIP, and what we put forward in the next few weeks will reflect, hopefully, what has come before, and will certainly respect the work that's been done to this point on a project like Lower Miller Creek. And so that one, I know there's also development potential on the kind of northwest corner where it wraps around the bend. And so I think that there's more conversation to be had about does the city do this project, or does development do it, or is it a combo of both? And when does that happen?
Right. I just want to be respectful of the fact that we have been having, and I'm sure I am, my ward in this particular project is not the only one that falls into this category, but kind of having conversations that it's in the hopper, and I know that we've already contracted with WGM to start building out the design phase. So I want to be mindful that we're sort of have already kind of set expectations with various projects. And I would hate for it to kind of whole hog abandon that and go in a different direction. So just wanted to put that on.
If I could speak to that too, I think that's a really important question. So we're not with this process intending to stop work on things that have already been started. So those projects that have already been funded through previous CIPs will continue. The question though is what happens in future years with those projects. And so the Miller Creek project is an example. We funded the design, but funding for the construction portion of that hasn't been allocated yet. And that's where I think this list is really important in choosing those priorities. And it may mean that, as Ben said, a project like that one may need a larger private component in order for that project to move forward.
Yeah, and if I could say too, there's a piece of this that I don't know that we've talked a lot about, but one of the benefits of doing this is we can see what we're not funding in order to move a particular project forward. And so if we're spending all of our funding on the really low scoring projects, that shows us that we may not be putting our available funding towards those higher impacts. So it allows you to compare, if we move forward with this one project, what are we not getting to that may have benefits or outcomes that are highly desirable. And so it allows you to compare instead of just moving a project forward kind of in isolation, and you're not thinking about the full realm of what we can do. And so I think that's a piece of this that we need to take a really hard look at, where we're investing our funding and how that's helping us achieve our goals and outcomes as a city.
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Very briefly, we're out of time.
Go ahead. I apologize. I appreciate that perspective, Erin, but I also think that we then need to think of the holistic. We are somewhat in this position with this particular project because the development of the school did not have to build out the infrastructure in the same way. And also kind of as being on the very edge of the city and the county, things like that are not, development is not meshing well, kind of creating the need for this project because a new school has been built, and where if it had been houses, it would have been different. So I think that those are kind of, I hear you, but somewhat extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, and I just want to, reemphasize that this is a living document that gets updated every year. I think that it's good for us to have more projects scored or be in that matrix, because that allows us the flexibility to be ready in case we have opportunities that arise. So I think that having this conversation and bringing up projects that within each one of the wards are important. We have opportunities for that, not just through the CIP process, but also I think through the other transportation processes that we have in place. So I hope that we continue to have this conversation in order to have the most up-to-date and most relevant matrix that we possibly can in the community. One quick question. I know that during our strategic planning, we said that we were going to rename the CIP to Community Investment Program. And I'm just wondering if that will take place now or later. I think we were going to go from Capital Improvement Program or projects to Community Investment Program to better reflect how we score these projects. Just putting it out there. Heather, I know you have your hand up, but we are out of time. If there's specific question that you have, please reach out to staff. I thank everyone for your time and for your comments. We would be adjourned. Oh, no, before we adjourn, I want to quickly put up the public information contact in case anyone wants to provide comment. we can put that page up.
That's you, Wendy.
Okay, well, I don't see any public comment. There it is. Thank you so much. Okay, there's no, again, if anyone wants to reach out to us with comments on this specific item, can call or send us an email. That went away. There we go. 406-552-6012, and you can email City Council at council@ci.missoula.mt.us. Thank you. I don't see any public comment. Thank you very much, and we would be adjourned. Michelle, if you're out there, could you take me off as co-host, please?
Yep, I can go out to the central and do it.
Thank you so much.
Myrta, who's co-host on the next one?
I believe it's Gwen.
Okay.
Let me double check.
That's right. That's right, Mirta.
Yeah, it's Gwen.
Because I think it's A&F.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've got it taken care of over here. It's all good.
You're always ahead of the game, Kirsten.
Hi, Robert. We'll be starting the meeting here in a few minutes.
Hi, Robert.
Hey, Brian, how are you?
Hanging in there. How about yourself?
Doing very well, thank you.
It's nice to hear someone respond that way during a pandemic.
Well, I could sit here and complain to you guys, but what good would that do? Yeah, I've spent my time wisely, that's for sure.
Good.
Good. I'm raising a puppy, so.
Ah.
Yeah,
nice.
that was one way to spend my time. So it's been a pleasure doing that. So it's been great.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah. How? What are you guys up to? How's everybody healthy? Family well?
Yeah.
Good.
We got a dog in October, which we didn't know what a good decision that would be at the time. It proved to be a really, really good decision.
Good. Yes, it did. Yeah, with the amount of time I spent at home, with the office closed, it just made the right sense at the time to bring in a new 12-week-old puppy. So he's been great to have around.
Yeah, I bet. That's good to hear.
It's always a great time to get a puppy. Oh, I love puppies. I'm so happy for you guys.
That's right. It's always a 10, and I would pre-pandemic. It turns out it's like a 13.
Right. Right.
So it's our start time, but I'm going to give it a couple more minutes for people to check in. And a quick return from lunch. And let me know when you're ready, Kirsten.
I am ready.
Okay. Let me do a count. So I'm going to wait another half minute just for people to turn their cameras on, please, so we can see you. Lovely. Okay, we will start the meeting. I'm going to call Administration and Finance Committee for the City of Missoula to order. Thank you, Kirsten, for posting the public comment info. If you want to call in, phone number is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. We are having a virtual meeting, and if you call in, you will be basically in the waiting room until we let you in for public comment. So in about another minute, we will take public comment on information not on the agenda. And in the meantime, could you do a quick roll call, Kirsten? Thank you.
Certainly. Anderson?
Present.
Becerra?
Present.
Contos, I believe Contos is out for the afternoon. Hart?
I believe she's gone this up for ANF also.
Hess,
Present.
Jones,
Present.
Merritt,
Present.
Ramos,
Present.
Cheryl,
Present.
Vasika,
Present.
Von Lossberg,
Present.
and West.
Present.
Looks like we have 10 present.
Great, thank you. We have a quorum. We have meetings from the July 15th, 2020 meeting to approve. Were there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. And is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? If so, we will look in the waiting room for you. I am not seeing anyone. We will have 2 other chances for public comment on the 2 items that we need to vote on. So you can take that down, Kirsten, and we will go forward. Thank you. The first item on our agenda is an appointment to the Missoula Civic Television Advisory Commission. The mayor's appointment is put forth for Nevin Graves, and it will be a term beginning immediately and expiring on December 31st, 2022. We do not have the mayor here to comment on this to introduce it, but I hope you all had a chance to look at his application. And I know he's definitely been civically engaged the last few months. I've seen his name several times. Ms. Vasika.
Yes, Amber and I had the pleasure of meeting him virtually on Monday, and I think that he would be a very good fit for the McTac team, and he has a very impressive resume, so I'd be happy to make the recommended motion.
Thank you so much. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out that Nevin uses the pronouns they, them, and them, so.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? There is a motion on the floor. Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote. Wait, I'm sorry. First, we will take public comment on this item. If you could post the public comment numbers again, and I'll read them off, Kirsten. The public comment number is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. Let me look. I am not seeing anyone in the waiting room. So we will go forward with a roll call vote on this item.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
And West.
Yes.
If I did my math right, we have got 10 yeses and 2 absent.
Great, thank you. That will go on the consent agenda then. And let me see, the second item on our agenda is the annual assessments for street maintenance district number 1 downtown. This is an action item. We need to vote on a motion to set a public hearing on August 10th. And Kirsten, I believe, is going to present on this. So when you are ready, Kirsten.
I am wearing multiple hats today. I am ready to present. I am just going to share the screen with you and share the exhibit that is going along with the resolution that has all of the numbers we are proposing.
So Kirsten, you keep kind of coming in and out sound wise. I don't know if you just need to be a little bit closer to your computer, but just want to let you know. And I'm not hearing anything now.
Okay, how am I sounding now?
That's better.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have a little bit of a different setup in here. We have to have a mic and unmuted on the computer at the same time to be picked up. All right, So I'm going to share my screen with the exhibit for the resolution so that everybody can see the numbers that we are presenting for the assessment for this year. And I have a short presentation. I was just going to give you a little bit of background. So Street Maintenance District Number 1 was established in 1986. It came from our Sprinkling District Number 6, which was the Downtown Flushing District, which was established in 1957. And the sprinkling districts were initially established to sprinkle dirt streets and alleys in the city with oil to keep the dust down. Currently, Street Maintenance District Number 1 provides for additional street sweeping and waste and recycling removal in the downtown area specifically. So with the street sweeping, the street department provides the additional street sweeping in the district. Fiscal year 2020's baseline, last year's baseline for this service was $43,500. For 2021, we're increasing this by 3% for labor costs up to $44,805. Also, during 2020, this past season, we had a milder winter than usual, which allowed for more street sweeping in the district than what is typically performed. And this resulted in Street Maintenance District Number 1 fund going over budget by $4,902 during 2020. So we'll be adding that overage into the assessment for 2021 to true up the fund. As far as waste recycling and removal goes, that's provided by the BID. We had a 3-year contract with the BID in the amount of $61,000 per year for maintenance of 86 cans in the downtown area. Now, this contract expired on May 31st of this year. So the BID is going to be requesting additional funds for this service going forward, but they will be presenting that in BCAW with their budget presentation. So for the purposes of setting the public hearing on this resolution, we are using their $61,000 baseline at this time with this assessment. So in total, with the 3% increase to the baseline for street sweeping, accounting for the street sweeping overage in 2020 in the amount of $4,902, along with the BID baseline for waste and recycling removal of $61,000, the FY 2021 proposed assessment for Street Maintenance District Number 1 is $110,707. So we do need to set a public hearing on this resolution for August 10th, 2020, as we have a statutory deadline to meet. And we will be following our traditional public hearing schedule for this because we do need to take that final vote during the public hearing on August 10th. And that's all I have. If you have any questions about the exhibit or anything, let me know.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kirsten, oh, there seems to be quite an echo. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Stacy, I can barely hear you. What was that again?
I'm hearing quite a bit of echo when I speak. I'm wondering if that is from your end.
It must be. It's kind of an odd setup. In order for MCAT to pick us up, I have to speak into a mic. In order for you to hear me through Zoom, I have to have my Zoom mic open as well on the computer. So I have 2 mics going on at the same time.
Wonderful. Maybe you mute yourself, then there won't be the feedback loop. I realize it's a lot of mute and mute. Okay. The feedback has seemed to have gone. Thank you. However, that was fixed. So my question is regards to a procedural matter. You just noted that we, under a statutory deadline, must vote on this on the 10th, and we are setting a public hearing for this for the 10th, but that does seem to go against our new operations in this virtual platform of having a public hearing, having it open for a week. So I'm wondering if we should amend this and, if possible, and if need be, to set I'm looking at my calendar, the public hearing for this on the 3rd, then with the final vote intention on the 10th.
I understand where you're coming from. Can you hear me okay? Are you still getting the feedback?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, great. We do have an advertising requirement for this public hearing, and based on the dates that we need to advertise this public hearing, we cannot hold the public hearing until August 10th. I did speak with our city clerk, Marty Rabine, about this. We are aware that it's different than what you guys have been doing, but it's still allowed. It's just with this particular item using our traditional public hearing schedule.
Okay, I just wanted to flag that. Madam Chair, may I have not a follow-up, it actually would be a different question. I'm happy to put myself back in the queue.
Nope, go ahead.
So for those folks on council, these fees that are paid for this are within the members of the district who receive the services of the street sweeping.
That is correct. This is an assessment. All of the properties in street maintenance district number 1 are assessed based on linear footage in the district.
And this follow-up, actually, this is an actual follow-up to that question. And that is based that those groups have basically decided to come together and request the service. It is in a mutual beneficial to themselves because none of them would want to take on having to contract this service out themselves. So they've come together.
I do know that the street maintenance district number 1 was established in 1986. So all of the properties in the district are in the district and nobody is pushing back against that. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the information that I have. Is it was established in 1986, and at the time all of these properties were placed in the district. We assess it every year and we split it out between the properties in the district based on the linear footage of their property.
Yeah, and I would add it's because of the heavy traffic usage downtown, there has to be more sweeping just to keep up with it. Mr. Von Lossberg, you had a question.
Thanks. Following up on Stacy's point about the public hearing, I appreciate you clarifying, Kirsten, about we don't have the advertising time. This is always a conundrum when we have to be 2 weeks out for the public hearing. So my question is, in our notice for the public hearing, are we stating that the action will be is necessary on the night of the public hearing?
I have not submitted that ad to the Missoulian yet. So yes, I can definitely add that language to the advertisement.
Okay, thanks. I think since, as Stacy pointed out, in the virtual environment, we've been holding public hearing that's open a week. Since we're going to depart from that, even though that is allowed under our rules, I think we have an obligation to provide that in the notification.
Agreed, not a problem.
Thanks.
Thank you. I am looking for a motion. Mr. Von Lossberg.
I'm happy to make the motion for the public hearing.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on this motion to set the public hearing? Seeing none, if we can post the public comment information again, Kirsten, and I will read out the public comment phone number for people to call in on is 253-215-8782, meeting ID 960049. 3694, and I'm going to give it a minute here. In the meantime, Mr. Von Lossberg, did you have another question or did I not lower
I
your...
was just, Mr. Giblin took the time to be with us, and I just wanted to see if he had anything he wanted to add about the district.
Thank you. Mr. Giblin, did you have any comments? We appreciate you attending today.
Oh, no, I sincerely appreciate being invited to the meeting this afternoon, and I hope you're all doing well. I do not have any comments that were not covered by Kirsten. She took care of it very well.
Great.
Ellen Buchanan is here. She might want to add something. She is the BID board member representative today.
Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Ms. Buchanan, did you have any comments that you wanted to add?
No, I think Kirsten did a great job. I think any comments will be reserved for the public hearing to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for attending also. I am not seeing any public comment. So seeing no further questions from council, we will go to a roll call vote.
Anderson?
Yes.
Becerra?
Yes.
Hess?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Besika,
Yes.
Von Osberg,
Yes.
and West.
Yes.
That is 10 yeses and 2 absent.
Thank you so much. That goes on to the consent agenda for setting the hearing, and thank you everyone for your attendance today and information. And we will be adjourned, and I think our next meeting is Budget Committee of the Whole starting at 1 o'clock. Oops.
Hey, Kirsten, you still there?
Please remember to mute everybody.
I'm not muted because I'm going to ask Kirsten a question.
I will have to mute myself. What can I help
I'm
you with?
guessing you already would anticipate this as well. Just keep Gwen as a co-host. Well, make me a co-host, but if you could also keep Gwen as a co-host in case anything happens to my internet connection.
Yep, you are both co-hosts. We're ready to go.
Thank you.
I just had somebody come in the meeting as Missoula Water guest. I would like to change that to your proper name. Who is that?
It looks like that person is still connecting.
Yeah,
They may not be able-
it doesn't look like they have a mic.
Yeah, it's just, it says connecting to audio and it's spinning. I wonder, usually when it does that for a long time, it means something's not working.
Missoula Water guest, can you hear us?
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Jeremy, how much time are you need for presentation?
Well, we have 2 hours total scheduled.
Yeah.
I think we'll be through it in 40 minutes.
Okay.
But, I think what we should do is maybe pause in between sections and let you guys ask questions, and the slides are set up that way. So
between fire and public works.
Well, I didn't realize fire's in the same slot here.
Oh,
Jeremy, we're gonna have them go first and Jeff will be pretty quick.
Okay.
We've got 2 hours. We've got 2 hours for the whole meeting, Jeremy. So I don't think it's an issue. I just wanted to make sure, and I should have checked with Lee. What was your rough budget timing, Lee?
I think Jeff only needs about 15 minutes
Okay.
and the rest would go to Jeremy. Jeremy, is that sufficient?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
God, I thought Public Works would go first since the fire department can't do anything without water.
Shot across the bow.
There you go.
Jeremy, you're sharing your screen right now. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I wanted to test it. And then I'll stop, but
Okay.
I can't. There it goes.
No
Okay.
worries.
So you're seeing that first slide?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great.
Dennis, you might have to repeat that. Chief Brandt was just joining.
Oh, hi, Jeff. How you doing, buddy? You're muted. I was just saying, why does fire department get to go first? You guys can't do anything without the water department.
That's true.
This is probably a good point to remind everybody that you're on YouTube. So.
Oh, and I'll stop with that.
They called, you turned the phone, they called, wanted to know if it was a cell. I told them no, it wasn't a cell, that was their support. They thought they were just gonna. And I was sure it was gonna be somebody really upset about you killing their $1 million view, you know. It's not that.
Excuse me, is Chad's iPhone Chad Pancake?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna change your name.
Okay.
You're reading my mind, Kirsten. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock, so we'll get going here. Kirsten, are you good to go?
Yes, I am.
And I see someone, Rick's iPhone. Is that a staff? Brian Hensel. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I will call Budget Committee of the Whole to order for Wednesday, July 22nd. Our first item is, well, actually, if you wouldn't mind, Kirsten, putting up the public participation. Thank you very much. So we continue to meet virtually. On the screen right now, our slide is a slide with information about how to participate. I'll read the first phone number, which is 253-215-8782. There are some other numbers as well. The meeting ID is 960-049-3694. There's also an opportunity during or outside of the meeting time to leave us a city council voicemail at 406-552-6012. And there's always the city council group email, council@ci.missoula.mt.us. I will, before we get into the staff presentations, we're doing fire and public works today, provide an opportunity for general public comment, and then I'll take a break in between the department ones as well as at the end of the meeting, time permitting. With that, Kirsten, would you mind calling roll?
Anderson?
Present.
Becerra?
Present.
I do believe Contos is still out for the afternoon.
He's out for the day, yes.
Hart?
Present.
Hess?
He is just gave notice he has a conflicting meeting with MDT.
Okay. Excuse me. Jones?
Present.
Merritt?
Present.
Ramos?
Present.
Cheryl?
Present.
Besika?
Present.
Von Mossberg?
Present.
And West?
Present.
Looks like we have 10 present.
Thanks. We have minutes from July 15th. Any changes to these minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items? We had the participation information up. Not seeing anybody in the lobby. And like I said before, there'll be a couple other opportunities. So with that, let's move to the first staff presentation, which I believe will be fire. Oh, sorry, Lee, I think you wanted to kick it off with some comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to let folks know about documents and where they can find them to view along with City Council on our website, FY21 preliminary budget. Today is our second budget committee of the whole, and we have the documents that people will be reviewing today under today's date, July 22nd. We are going to try to get up all of the documents from all of the departments hopefully by the end of this week, and we'll try to get those in according to our current calendar. I know there have been a lot of questions. Folks have wanted to see the documents for departments, and since we have all summer to be reviewing these in committee, we'll get those up and folks will have some time to review that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. With that, I believe we're going to fire.
All right. Yeah, thanks everyone. Good afternoon. So I appreciate, I want to say thanks to Lee who walked me through a learner session this morning on trying to do this. So I hope to be successful with that. So just real quick before we dive into that budget, FY20 for all of us, the whole city and council I know have been challenging. The COVID impact that hit us in the fire department was fairly significant. However, as of Monday, we're back up to full staffing. We have a very healthy workforce and a very motivated workforce that got us through the last couple months. So I just want to give everybody an update on that. As we enter in FY21, including this within the next 15 to 20 days, we're down 4 firefighters and because of retirements. And so we'll be looking into this year to do that. We will have, I believe we're going to have a challenge with our state consortium where we recruit our firefighters from and through that process. So I'm vice chair for that, and we're looking to successful ways to be able to run 300 to 400 firefighters through a testing process. They are doing that. Sounds like a little bit successful in Washington State, who we were good friends with. However, many around the country are not doing that, and everything is just on pause. So we'll meet some challenges there to make sure we're getting the staffing that we have properly, and then being able to, of course, provide service in all the districts. And I guess I'm saying that basically as we look at ways to improve our service in the city, and that, of course, is balanced with staffing and the ability to have those folks available. And if not, then that balances, of course, with overtime, the ability to bring those folks in out of their regular schedule to be able to meet the needs of the public. So, all right, so I'm going to share my screen and we'll start off with the documents on that. And let's see if it'll click on that. We'll go here. I clicked on this first. I think I may have to minimize that. Okay. And Lee taught me this cool control thing. So is that good for everyone, or I can?
I think we need to make it larger.
Okay. What does that look like for everyone?
Still pretty small.
Okay. It's ginormous on my screen.
I think that's better. Thanks.
Is that better? Okay. So just real quick, Brian, what do you see? Do you see the whole document? Does everyone see the whole document?
We see the top portion and the
Okay.
first couple boxes before it gets into the amounts is what I see.
Okay, all right, I'll run through this. So as we go through our ranking, and I'm sure you've gone through this process, so our ranking, and we'll start with number 1 and run through those housing new requests. So ranking is if we have everyone just run through their baseline adjustments, and this accounts for those typical things that I believe other things are at the utilities, solid waste, the overtime budget stuff, and those baseline adjustments that we do year to year. And I'll just roll through this if no one has any questions. So our number 2 ranking, we've presented this ARU, and it was successful over the last year with funding part-time, which was about 3 months. This year, we're requesting to try to run that all 12 months, and that's not 24/7. This alternate response unit is we tip this up to run Friday nights and Saturday nights. That is it's kind of, we call it an alternate response unit because it's become more than just a peak activity unit. And the peak activity unit being that, as you can guess, Fridays and Saturdays are our busiest 2 days. And when we did in-service this with 2 firefighters, we saw some great numbers. We increased our station reliability, which is our ability for our fire stations, our fire engines in the district to respond to their own calls in that district. And as we look back at our master fire plan, we were failing in a couple districts, station 1 and 4, which is everything north of the river, basically, because that we were busy. And so we were having, as we have calls in those respective districts, one station then pulls over into that district, and that increases response times. And this alternate response unit is put together with 2 firefighters, and it doesn't carry water, doesn't carry hose, but it has those ability to respond to those lower acuity calls. And those are eating up a lot of our time. And so we were looking to expand this program. The total hours we were looking for were 2080. And what that does is it gives us 2 firefighters on Friday and 2 firefighters on Saturday. And that equates to, we currently have 384 hours in our budget. And we were asking to bridge that gap this year with funding to try and stand that up all year round. And there's a lot of other reasons. Sorry, go
Can I
ahead.
interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
I recall, I think a mid-year presentation that council got about this, or roughly mid-fiscal year. I think it's one of the great success stories for the department and the city. And I don't think we capture that success in the formality of the numbers document associated with the budget. And so my request would be, I don't know if it was Brad's presentation, I might be remembering it incorrectly, but if that presentation that we had from before could be updated, if that's possible, and attached in the budget portal to this document, I think it would tell a much more complete and compelling story around this unit, if I'm remembering that presentation correctly.
You bet, Brian. That's exactly what we'll have. Chief Brad Davis take another lap through that, update those figures and those projections of what we're looking at. And one of the huge benchmarks is what we measure ourselves at nationally with those standards of a 90 percentile and be able to respond 90% of the time in your districts. And we were underneath that, and even just 2 to 2.5 points, which brought us up over just manning this ARU. Those 2 days brought us up and over into where we need to be, into the black, if you want to talk about it in the numbers world. But we saw some great success stories in that. So
yeah, no, exactly. And I think one of the key things is I and I'm sure my colleagues want the public to understand what the PAU unit does, and I think Chief Davis's presentation goes a long way toward expressing that. And I see Julie has a question.
I was just curious why the hours that you're requesting are categorized here as overtime. Are we literally having this staffed with people who've already worked 40 hours and then they're working additional hours?
That is correct. We're staffing that with existing firefighters that do work their normal schedule and then work extra time Friday and Saturday. So as we look at those hours, as we look at that, the ability to do that, it is 20 hours a week. So did that answer that part of your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm just wondering if it would at some point make more sense to have this just be regular time hours for people instead of overtime hours, but I trust your judgment.
Yeah, Julie, no, we look at that, and as we look to expand this program, there's many great things about this, and the ability to actually, I believe, bridge the gap towards needing to hire up another 16 firefighters or 15 firefighters to be able to man a full-time truck company or something like that. This unit being staffed with 2 firefighters bridges that gap until geographically that's not successful. So but yes, we are looking at any and all options to be able to responsibly fund this unit and be able to keep our numbers and our standards and our service delivery where it needs to be.
I have another question from Stacey Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Chief Brandt, even if you're just a little tile on my computer screen. And I just actually want to follow up on kind of the path that Julie was going down. And I think it's really important to highlight here that this is a really creative solution to an ongoing problem that the fire department has, because, and I'd love for you to provide the number, but it's been a significant amount of time since we've increased the FTEs, which is, full-time firefighters. We, provided that maintenance position last year that was a flex position. But as our community continues to grow, we are going to have to look at putting some substantial investment into growing the fire department's capacity for our community. And it's hard to do that piecemeal, a firefighter here, a firefighter there, because that doesn't actually create the ability to stand up an additional station or company, because you need to have, it kind of is a large chunk all at once, that just a firefighter here and there doesn't actually make that difference. So Chief Brandt, if you could just quickly, I know we're short on time, but I think it's important to highlight, A, when was the last time we substantially increased the total FTEs of the fire department? And B, what does your call volume look like? Because I'm guessing, similar to the police department, it's increased substantially, especially since the budget cuts from Department of Health and Human Services in 2017 at the legislative level.
You bet. Yeah, thanks for that opportunity, Stacey. So in 2008 was our expansion when we added Station 5, and at that time we hired 16 firefighters. Last year, with the blessing of the council, we were able to provide an extra FTE, and that was the first FTE expansion of the fire department since 2008. So it is a bit of a challenge as we work in that 3 firefighter engine company role and work through. Typically, those, of course, are the amount of call volume that we're seeing, and geographically the response times into those areas and meeting the standards that we've adopted. So we are similar. For some reason, last year we saw a little bit of a dip. We were down about 80 calls, I believe, less than we were the year before, which we tried to look at and understand as we look at all of our data very closely. And I don't know. So of course, we run numbers all the time. We did look back and take a look at 2018 and 2019. And while we did drop 100 in those calls, we pulled stats from January to June 30th. And so, excuse me, let me just do that real quick. So we're like at 9,000, just over 9,000 calls in 2018. We were 100 under that, but January 1st through June 30th, we ran just a hair over 5,024 calls or something like that. So we would be on par if things kept up, that we would hit that 10,000 mark this year, 10,000 calls this year. So this, as we look at, 74% of our calls or so are medical. And then we look and vet those calls through lower acuity or high acuity calls. This ARU is absolutely a great asset that doesn't cost the taxpayers. It doesn't cost the taxpayers 3 firefighters on duty. It doesn't cost the taxpayers a $600,000 fire engine or a $1.2 million fire truck. We put these folks in right now a current ambulance that we have. And what this unit can really look like is really a 3/4 ton pickup with some supplies, which sits you, probably around that $50,000 mark. So I believe the asset itself, the vehicle, is a lot more responsible. It lasts longer rather than a large truck rolling everywhere. Although we do like to have like our big red toolbox with us wherever we go. This unit is not designed for that. Again, it doesn't carry water. It doesn't carry hose. It doesn't carry extrication tools. It is ability to handle those lower acuity calls that we can then keep our larger equipment and our other firefighters ready to respond, or they are responding already, because 30% of the time we have 2 calls going on at the same time in the city.
Yeah.
Thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I actually have a follow-up if allowed?
Quick one.
Quick one. So I would, if you could, and just briefly, because we're running out of time, but I would like, you did point out the percentage of medical to non-medical. And I guess a layperson may be wondering, why is it the fire department responds to medical calls? If you could just, Chief Brandt, very quickly, and we can discuss this at a later date in public safety and health, kind of highlight that, because you did highlight the call split.
Yeah, you bet. As the community demanded through these last decades of the ability to arrive on scene and stabilize a situation, whatever that is, whether that's medically or otherwise, the distribution and what the taxpayers have, and to utilize those assets, you know, the fire department has moved into that medical realm, and I believe it to be very good business. So. While that capacity is taken up 70% of the time, those response times, particularly in those critical moments, whether that's a vehicle, you know, someone having a problem in a vehicle or somebody having a problem at their residence, as our fire stations are geographically positioned throughout the city, it makes sense for us to dispatch a closer unit rather than an ambulance, which they have 2 locations. We have 5. And just the response time is particularly when we talk about those major medical needs and people needing help. So.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Chief. We can keep going.
All right. All right, rank number 3 is maintenance and training travel. I'll whip through this because they are, so as we look at our maintenance division and the workload that they're carrying, and as our fleet size continues to be balanced. And I do want to, I'd love to pause real quick and just say that the city of Missoula and the council and the powers to be have all been very proactive. I think not just for the fire department, but throughout the city of maintaining good equipment, and that balances of the ability that if you have old equipment, you're going to need people to work on those and replace parts and stuff like that. And there's that balance of how many years they stay in service. This request is our training and traveling. So we keep our, now that we have 3 mechanics, we just want to increase that training and travel budget a little bit. These folks go to specialized training to work on those fire towers, our fire engines, and special equipment. And this request is for us to send those to those training and be qualified. They are qualified for EVT, emergency vehicle technician level, and that requires those folks to take a couple tests. I believe it's in every 5 years they run through about 20 tests in both fire truck and normal over the road certifications. And Chief Davis is on. And if I didn't say that correctly, Brad, could you correct me?
Sounds great, Chief.
Okay. Our next request is the COVID PPE. As we've gone through this, and currently in our pandemic. And as we look to how do we make sure we're better prepared and we can be better, we're looking and asking for some monies to increase our cash. As everyone understands, and I'm sure you knew, we were aware of the supplies of PPE were inadequate as we rolled into this and the significance of what we experienced. And we are asking for monies to prop up our supplies so that we do not have to worry about that as much. And as we ask for this money, one of the things that we do and we are applying for is COVID money or reimbursement. And so we're doing all that we can with grants and those abilities to get repaid for PP already used and what's going on forward. And so we're looking for those avenues, but we are looking to increase our supply on hand so that we're not relying outside agencies or the state or the feds or the strategic national stockpile for supplies.
Chief, if I could, thanks for highlighting that down below. I just want to make sure everyone is clear on that, and maybe it's a question for Dale or possibly the mayor. So is this request something that would be offset by like CARES funding or some other source associated with the pandemic?
So as we order those supplies and so I'm going to say yes, but it's all in timing. And as our finance department is tracking those costs, usage, not only time, but materials and PPE, it is timing and the ability to purchase those materials and do that. And we certainly want to be meeting those time deadlines and being able to apply for reimbursement with those federal monies and state monies.
Great, and I see Lee's got her hand up, and Dale and the mayor unmuted. So Lee.
Just wanted to let you know that we do have two sources of funding for many COVID-related expenditures. FEMA, which is something that we're coordinating with the county, as well as the CARES reimbursement coming through the state. We've already submitted one reimbursement, and we have 3 more opportunities through the end of the calendar year.
Great, thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering.
And of course, we're taking all those opportunities, staying on top of the MAC group with our mayor and Dale and Lee and those leadership teams, and our conversations every week are making sure that we are doing our jobs responsibly and for the best we can to be able to recoup some of those costs that we're incurring day to day, and trying to do the best we can to. And then that, of course, then helps relief to our taxpayers locally.
Right. Thank you.
Next document is our training overtime increase. We're looking to provide. This is some wildland contingent, but it's also leadership training, and we're looking for an increase to put on another class, which improves our officer development. We were what I was real proud of this last year, negotiating with the CBA. Both the union and our administration were leaning very forward with our professional development and making sure our folks have adequate training before they start stepping into what we call the right seat and being a supervisor of that crew, making those good decisions and watching out for people. And this is part of that, just an increase. It's asked for part of that officer development that we solidified in our collective bargaining agreement of requirements before you can be promoted. And what this does is this provides 2 people to teach classes, and what they do is these 2 people will, the avenue is the 2 people that we hired to do this teach, each year will teach approximately 14 or 15 of our people, and for that leadership training. Okay, next, hope that's large enough. So rapid intervention team, I don't know if you've been able to, if you read that narrative, but what our intervention team is part of our standing operating procedures, that when we have a large structure fire is really easy to speak to, but it also rolls into any large incident that could be hazmat or otherwise. And so what we do is we have a team that we stand up of our personnel on scene, and we create a special rapid intervention team, RIC team, that is in case something goes wrong inside a house fire or something goes wrong inside a hot zone of an incident, that these folks have the tools and the training to be able to go in and rescue a downed firefighter. Our regular firefighters go in, help rescue people that are in and around the incident, but we also set up a team for safety, a secondary rescue team to come in and rescue a firefighter or a responder, whether that be a cop or a fireman or whatever that is, to be able to pull them out. This is a request to send a couple individuals to that specialized training. This is outside training, the national recognized RIT training, and then they would be, and we're big on train the trainer. So we send a couple guys out to go train, and then they come back and they teach all 90 some of us in that training that they learned. So it's a good bang for the buck. It is a bit expensive, but we're looking for that. And creative ways as we do that with hazmat. There's oil money, gas money out there that we take advantage of, write grants for, and we send folks out in with the hazmat world. There's not as much money for regular fire operation stuff. We did something similar for our rope rescue team a couple years ago. It took us 3 years to get funding for that, but it was very successful. And again, 2 people go out, they come back and they train 90 people. It's good business. All right. So we'll roll to our capital improvement. This is our communication infrastructure, and this is a request through the fire department to have Rick Larson and his team replace our equipment. We have two different towers in the town that we bounce off of that we need 2 pieces of equipment in each tower, and that's how we run our day-to-day traffic and how we communicate every single day. That equipment is out of date. That equipment is not being made anymore. That equipment is hard to find parts for. And Rick Larson and his team have done the best they can to find pieces and parts. But as we moved into last year with the PD and fire department to look at our infrastructure, this is a request that Rick has made through us to be able to request to replace those pieces of equipment. And I'll tell you, it is critical for us to do that. And you'll see, I think you'll see something similar with the police department and how they're working to improve their situation so that they can talk to each other. MFD facilities. So as you look at the total on this, it's very large. We've been asking for a CIP to keep our buildings up. Just as like Station 1 here is one of a large part of that is with the window replacement, and as our buildings age, we need to stay up on top of things, energy efficiency. The city has entered into the energy savings. You know what? I'm going to stop right there. Chief Davis, can you speak to the committee that you're sitting on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been working with Chase Jones and with the energy performance contract for the city. And I did just talk to Chase yesterday. It sounds like fire may be in phase 1. We got a little bit of solidifying to do and finalizing that contract and what that looks like. But so some of these energy performance type repairs and updates could very well be looped into this energy performance contract. If we get this audit going in this first phase for all 5 fire stations, we'll see what type of cost savings we can see from those improvements if we choose to move forward with them, and then being able to pay that back with the cost savings. So some of these improvements may be better suited to fit the bill for that funding mechanism in that program. But nonetheless, the repairs need to happen one way or another. And that's all I really have.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Brad. All right, so Fire Station 6, the fire department has had a placeholder, if you will, for at least 15 years of the expansion after Station 5, and just looking ahead and looking at, as the city's growth policy speaks to that, as our fire master plan speaks to acquiring land in spaces that we believe as the city grows, we'll be able to grow with that and hold that property. We've not funded this before. We've typically look at, in our master fire plan, designates a couple good spot or spots that we believe as a city, as we try to look to see if when the annexations happen and what those look like and be able to be prepared for those. And those are mostly placing stations in a time, basically a time study to be able to meet our needs and be able to get assets on scene quickly. With the build grant, we were fortunate enough and been in the right conversations and looking at land out in that Mullen build area. So we have a slot, if you will, that we believe meets the needs of the fire department and with the annexation, and try to close the gap on those responses out in that Mullen area and that industrial park area that was annexed. I guess it's been about a year and a half ago. So so I'll just close with, I believe that currently this is something that we feel it's important just to tip up in front of the council and you guys as decision makers to be able to say, oh, this isn't coming out of the blue. We've seen this before and why it's needed. So.
Yeah, thanks, Chief.
Those are better. So this fire rescue unit. So this is a request for a side-by-side. We were lucky enough and have always leaned on, again, ability to acquire assets at a low cost. We've had our name tipped up. We acquired an ambulance that and I would, if you could see me, I would be doing my hands or fingers in quotation marks free. But we did find, another ambulance that we had our name on a list, and this is a state and federal surplus list that it is free with quotation marks. And then what you do is you either have to go get it or you have to get it shipped here. We acquired the ambulance a couple years ago like this. It was up in Alaska, and we were able to send a couple folks to get that. And then we were able to also we're also able to capture a side-by-side that came up, and that was in Kentucky, and we shipped it to here. And then of course, with our mechanics' great ability to be able to put things together and fabricate, we made that into a good unit, which is something, and this is a side-by-side. I'm sorry that we don't have a picture of that, but it's a side-by-side with a unit. And this request is for that side-by-side with a fire and rescue unit. So it does have a small water tank and a hose reel. It also has a skid unit on the back so that we could transport people. As we've looked and planned into the future and before COVID hit, and we look at one example is the Osprey, or the Paddlehead now, park. That typically was a 5,000 venue that was creating, and we were doing good things with. And as we rolled into last year and with some negotiations, we were able to roll that into I believe it was a 14,000 person venue. So with that amount of people and that amount of traffic and stuff coming to town, we look at something like this unit, a side-by-side, to be able to roll on our parks and trails and be able to take care of whether that is mostly medical, as you can imagine, in those venues, but also provide a little bit of quick attack when we're talking about our urban interface and our 5 valleys and up Jumbo and those rescues that we do up on the hills through the year. So this request is to buy another unit and ability to put a unit in the back of that and utilize that for a kind of a quick response unit. This unit, we are still asking through impact fees, not out of general fund, but that would be able to be justified through that. And we would be asking and going forward when we go to IFAC committee to do that. So put that in front of you, and this is our last document. So identified in our fire master plan, is the ability for us to create a Southside training facility. At this time, one of the great things that great people did before us is acquire enough land at that Station 3 site, which is at the bottom of 39th and Hillview. And we would be able to locate this training facility at that site. At least that's what we're projected. Real quick, we have our major training site up at Station 4 over by Costco, and we have a burn tower over there. And as we have level 1 training, which is live fire training and high angle rescue, search rescue, we're moving folks, we have trench rescue, we're moving folks around as they're on duty. And Station 5, which is in Lower Miller Creek, our morning meeting looks like, hey, Station 5, I need you to drive to Station 4 and be there by 10 o'clock to be able to go through this training. And then what we do is we float different assets around so that we make sure we're trying to cover those districts responsibly. Because of the increase in population, because of the increase in calls, we're finding that very difficult to be able to achieve, of pulling our resources. And some of these trench rescues and stuff require 3 engine companies. Well, when you only have 5 engine companies on staff, and we just leave 1 perhaps in the middle of town or 1 to cover call, frankly, it's irresponsible. And so we have gone to, we're seeing our training suffer a bit. This is an absolute great solution to that. We already own the land, and what this looks like is creating a training facility site on that area so that a couple engine companies can get together, or you try to do single engine company evolutions, and the ability to do that on the south side of town and not only at 1 site. And again, as we look at this, and because of the expansion of that, we would be potentially looking at impact fees to be able to fund this project. And with that, I believe that is the end of our requests, and would love to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Not seeing anyone, but this is certainly opportunity for questions. Probably a good opportunity as well for me to remind folks that and this is, I think, primarily for the public, but my colleagues as well, this new requests, the new requests you're seeing are not all prioritized in the budget or included in the budget at this point. That will occur after we get our revenue numbers and the administration comes back with a recommendation among these priorities. And Lee, I apologize if this is putting you on the spot. I was wondering if you could give sort of the executive summary description of the way we fund CIP projects. I know we're not covering this in more detail until later, but I think since we reviewed some CIP projects, that might be beneficial for the public.
Certainly. All CIP requests need to identify some source of funding. So oftentimes the department will bring in grant funding. There are impact fees that are available for appropriate projects, as the fire chief mentioned earlier. One of the very common ways to fund CIP projects is through future debt service. So we will enter into, for example, an equipment lease financing structure where we will pay, a fire truck will be 15 years, a police car might be 3 years, and so that just hits the annual operating budget. And you are correct, later in August, we will be doing a CIP overview, including a CIP to operating budget presentation so that folks can really understand where that lives in the annual budget.
Great, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, Lee. Kirsten, could I trouble you to put up the public comment slide again? So just wanted to take an opportunity. I haven't seen anybody call in, but remind people of the opportunities via the phone number, the voicemail, and the city email. Last opportunity for any questions from council members. All right, seeing none, Thank you so much, Chief, and all the folks from the department. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and move on to Public Works.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jeremy Keene, Public Works Director. Get a slideshow up here. Dennis Bowman and I will be tag teaming this presentation today. I want to thank all of the staff at Public Works, the Finance Department that contributed to this. Always a big effort. I get to take credit for it, but couldn't possibly have done this by myself. Okay. A little slow here. Hold on. There we go.
Jeremy, I'm
Okay.
going to take a quick moment if you don't mind. I think other folks have figured this out, but what I was doing is using the documents posted to the FY21 preliminary budget page and just going in order of those items during the fire presentation. And people are certainly, whether on council or in the public, it's a handy way to follow along with the presentations and the specific requests using the budget website. Thanks, Jeremy.
Great, thanks, Brian. So Public Works is made up of these different divisions: street division, administration, cemetery, and utilities. And there are several subparts of each one of those, and we'll go through those in detail as we go through our presentation. So we did a lot in Public Works this year. It's all centered around the mission of ensuring a safe and healthy Missoula by providing high quality public infrastructure, utilities, and service delivery. We worked really hard this year on strengthening our common mission around Public Works. We do a lot of different things, but we have a lot in common that we do together, and we worked hard to focus on being a Public Works department and not a number of different divisions. We also collaborated with other departments at the city to improve our service delivery, in particular development services and the Parks Department. We were successful in landing a $13 million build grant that will help us accommodate future growth in Missoula. And this is another very collaborative project that we're working both with public and private sector stakeholders, Missoula County, MDT, as well as numerous different departments in the city to do master planning of that area at the same time as we're working on design. We responded to a global pandemic, and I can't say enough about my staff and the response to this. It was professional, it was creative. We had new challenges that we'd never dealt with before, and everybody stepped up. We recognized and had to identify the essential things that we do at Public Works, things that couldn't stop because of the pandemic, while at the same time really maintaining a focus on our employees' safety and safety of the public. And we continue to provide really responsive customer service, good fiscal responsibility, and that commitment to safety and public health. One of the things that I'm really proud of at Public Works is that when somebody calls us or emails us with a comment or a complaint, we'll respond. You will get a call back, you will get an email back, and we will do our very best to respond to that issue and deal with it.
Hey, Jeremy, sorry to interrupt you. The audio quality is kind of going in and out, and I don't know if you speak maybe a tiny bit louder or perhaps a little closer. It kind of is fluctuating. I just wanted to give you a heads up. It hasn't gotten too bad, but it's going in and out.
Okay, thank you. If you can let me know if it's not working well, I'll make sure I'm talking loud enough. Some of the other things we did this year, we updated our customer information system to allow for the combined billing. water and stormwater are now complete, and we'll add wastewater to that combined billing in 21. We started work on a public works facility plan to address our operational and space and maintenance space needs. This is a really great opportunity to look at how we use city property and look at broader strategic goals for the city in terms of where we own land and where we can leverage that land to maybe put it to a higher and better use. We create a public works deal in collaboration with development services to really improve our predictability and process. That's now out in draft form and we'll be finalizing that in the coming months. And finally, we worked on transition planning, recruitment, retention of key staff. We recognize that our people are our biggest asset, and making sure that we think about retirements ahead of time and also recruit new talent to replace those folks, make sure we're keeping the folks that we have. It's critically important in what we do.
We're in a period where it's fairly bad, Jeremy. Sorry.
Well, hopefully the slides will speak for themselves if you can't hear me. So for FY21, our budget reflects the traditional mission of Public Works to maintain and operate healthy infrastructure. It also reflects our commitment to the city's strategic framework and our ability to invest strategically with public works infrastructure to achieve some of those broader goals. Value for our customers is always making sure that we're maintaining our system, making sure that we really identify where our essential services are, and make sure that those have continuity of business when we're interrupted with things like COVID. As always, providing really good customer service. We have a great customer service department that responds to folks on a daily basis. And all of our other staff that respond to complaints do a great job of that. I mentioned the importance of recruiting and retaining new talent and the ability to invest strategically. As we choose projects, we want to make sure that we're also looking out for the broader city goals. You'll see an emphasis on transportation safety and mobility this year. This is something that we've been working on with development services. We really think that focusing on projects that move people and reduce the cost of transportation is an important thing for Missoula. We want to make sure that we're always looking at safety as one of our key elements. Organizational excellence, we've started down the path of looking at our management structure to align it better with our mission. And that will allow us to do a better job of empowering the staff, improving the tools and resources we have, improving decision-making processes. So really mission focused in the way we deliver our services. Reliability and resiliency are really important for our department. We'll focus on where we need to reinvest, to upgrade old equipment, as well as build in redundancies. Recognizing that when things get interrupted with something like a pandemic, we really have to think about resiliency and creating partnerships around that, partnerships with the county, partnerships with other departments to make sure that all those things get covered in the emergency. And finally, equity and sustainability. Recognizing that we need to think about the way our services are delivered and make sure that we focus on those places that are underserved, as well as continuing to invest in projects that reduce our carbon footprint. We're very interested in public works and in energy use and our ability to offset some of our energy costs by generating our own power, by improving efficiency of things like pumps and pipes and all those things that consume power. How are we doing with sound quality, Brian? Is
It
still
was
pretty
it was
bad?
pretty rough. I was trying to just get you through that slide. Julie Merritt had a suggestion, and Julie, this may be why you were raising your hand. I was just waiting to get to the next slide. I don't know if it might work, Jeremy, to turn your video off and see if the audio works better since you're
Yeah,
sharing your slide.
I'll give that a try.
Julie, was there anything else, or was that the idea?
That was it. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give that a try, Jeremy.
The next option is to go check the house to make sure one of the teenagers isn't on the internet.
I just had to make sure my daughter got off of Marco Polo.
I did that too.
Okay, we're going to talk about road district next. Road district includes Public Works Administration, Traffic Services, Comm Shop, and our Street Maintenance Division. So Traffic Services is responsible for all the signing and striping around town. They also take care of snow removal on a number of sidewalks, bike trails, bridges, the kinds of things that are not plowable by large snow equipment. So they take care of a lot of the bits and pieces that are around town. Great job with that. One of their big accomplishments this year, we received 0 snow complaints on the facilities the Traffic Services maintains. That's a huge accomplishment. That's getting out there and getting the sidewalks cleared before 9 a.m. every time it snows. We also completed the sidewalk grinding in the downtown, and we didn't have any claims in FY20 for trip and falls in the downtown area. So that's really a testament to their work. We updated about $15,000 of old signs around town to bring them up to current standard. We secured some new equipment and added some additional personnel to help get all those things done. We installed additional square feet of durable markings throughout the city. So these are all the bike lane symbols, the arrows, onlys, all the stuff that we were painting every year, and have gone to a durable marking that is working really well. We think we're going to get 5 to 7 years of life out of those markings, and that's really freed up crews to work on other things. We painted about 4,000 gallons of highway paint, including about 6.5 miles of new bike lanes and pedestrian features to implement the complete streets policy. And we completed our downtown ADA parking plan. This was a 4-year plan to stripe and sign accessible parking spots throughout the downtown to bring it up into compliance. So 1 year ahead of schedule on that, and we now have adequate numbers of parking spaces in the downtown that are designated for accessible use. We're also working to implement low-cost ways of improving multimodal transportation. And this is an idea where we can do inexpensive things that have big impacts. And a couple of examples recently, you may have seen new flashing crosswalk at West Broadway in Owen by St. Pat's Hospital. We got creative there and deployed that on trailers, which allowed us to get those done more quickly and work with MDT on their permitting process. By putting them out as temporary trailers, we were able to get them installed sooner while we work with MDT through their state process of getting a permanent installation approved for that crosswalk. Another example is the Franklin Greenway. I'll show you a picture in a minute. We're installing some temporary traffic control features that help with safety and traffic calming ahead of doing a more comprehensive capital project. So we'd like to continue that in FY21.
We're also working on developing administrative rules around traffic control devices. When we'll use stop signs, when we'll install crosswalks, all those sorts of things. We've developed a good policy around that. We've been testing it, and that's going to eventually get incorporated into the Public Works Manual. Continuing to expand and coordinate our snow responsibilities on shared use paths and bike lanes. We just opened the Russell Street Bridge. That's one of the areas that traffic services will now take care of during the winter. We're installing more sharrows. Those are the lane markings you see there in the picture to help clarify bike routes and improve safety for bikes. And other areas where we're seeing problems with on-street parking that are causing other issues. We'll continue to implement bike lanes as part of the complete street policy as we do chip seals and restriping. We're building a good database of traffic counts and crash data to really help identify where we have specific issues. As always, we want to provide customer service. Really think about how we're recruiting and retaining employees for the future. And as always, watching out for our budget. This is an example of some of the complete streets work that we did this year. I mentioned the Franklin Greenway. This is a picture of the new temporary traffic circle that has gone in. These aren't necessarily the most pretty things you're ever going to see, but they're very effective. And we were able to deploy these for a few $1,000s, and we'll monitor how they work and eventually look to make this a permanent improvement with curb and gutter and more landscaping. This is a corridor that has a lot of missing sidewalk needs. It's missing curb and gutter, doesn't have good drainage. So this would take years to get installed without doing some kind of a temporary measure like this. So an approach that staff came up with, and we're continuing to look at how we can use that approach on other areas. We also got the 5th, 6th bike lane project done. This is the lane reduction on 5th and 6th to allow for better bike lanes. We did a number of different upgrades to that corridor in preparation of the MDT coming in and repaving that project later this year. And finally, I mentioned the Broadway and Owen rectangular rapid flashing beacons and the trailer installation, which will eventually become a permanent crosswalk. Okay, so next is Signals and Com Shop. This is the group that maintains all of our traffic signals around town, all of the city-owned street lights, as well as doing vehicle communication work for other departments. So we converted 70 city-owned street lights to LEDs. We installed new PD equipment for communication in coordination with the county. This was last year. This was an emergency CIP where we had some real serious issues with police radios not being able to get reception in certain parts of town, and so we did some emergency work around that to improve those communication sites, and you'll see the request later. We took care of 8 police cars and 3 new motorcycles, installing the communications equipment for those. And we also did two-way radios in streets and water division vehicles, as well as the new meter reading equipment, which is allowing us to do automated meter reading without coming into people's houses. We installed RFBs at 3rd and Hyberta. This is out by Hawthorne School, as well as Broadway and Owen. Installed 2 new radar feedback signs on Duncan Drive and on Pad Canyon Drive. These are the signs that let you know how fast you're going and flash at you when you're going too fast. We upgraded radar detection at multiple city traffic signals. So this really helps us make those signals work more efficiently. We also worked on the wireless connectivity between those signals.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yes, sir.
To be clear, the radar detection at the intersections is not a speeding, it is coordination of the light, correct?
That's correct. That is detection of vehicles. And it lets the signal know how many people are waiting, and the signal can be more responsive to traffic.
Thanks. I just didn't want people to be confused about it.
Yeah, thank you. So we're looking to do maintain and test our 11 city-owned traffic signals, as well as the 62 MDT traffic signals that we maintain through a contract. We have 29 different school flashing zones that we take care of. We're working on upgrading those to better technology now. We'll tackle those as we have money to do that. We'll do 6 patrol cars this year, 3 additional motorcycles, and 5 detective vehicles. And we're looking to do additional RFBs at the Russell Street YMCA crossing. Those actually went in last week, so those are already done. And we'll look at a couple other locations for RFBs this year. Our target is to do about 74 additional streetlights this year, converting those to LEDs. We still have a vacancy to fill within the comm shop to hire another technician to help with all this work. We were unsuccessful in hiring that position last year, and we'll continue to try to recruit for that. Continuing to improve detection at city-owned signals. Budgeting for 3 additional RFBs, as I mentioned. And as always, customer service, good employee recruitment and retention, and keeping an eye on the budget.
Could I, sorry to interrupt, and my colleagues, if anyone has any questions, which I just saw Sandra, a quick one for me, and then we'll go to Sandra. Jeremy, is Chase Jones able to document energy savings associated with the city-owned LED? I recognize people should be aware the vast majority of lights are Northwestern Energy, but among the city-owned ones, when we do those LED conversions, do we reflect that in our city energy use and greenhouse gas work?
Yes, we will. And we were able to this year offload Chase from that responsibility. We're now within Public Works Administration. We're tracking the billing and energy use on streetlights and streetlights and signals and other things like that. So we're keeping that data and sending that to Chase to track our greenhouse footprint.
Great, thank you. Question from Sandra.
Thanks. I guess I'm just a little bit confused. I thought that I saw some police vehicles and detective vehicles were going to be stripped and redone. Why is that in Public Works and not in the police department's budget? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, that's one of the services that CommShop provides is they do the communication work for all the city vehicles. So we help with fire and police, and as well as Public Works and other streets vehicles. So it's something that by having that work done in-house, police are really able to get what they want. And then when there are issues with that equipment, we have somebody that really knows the system and can get in there and make those repairs.
Oh, yes, I did take a tour of that when I was getting onboarded. I forgot about that. Thank you very much.
Great, not seeing any other hands up, so you can go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, so our capital improvement project request for the comm shop is to continue to work on communications infrastructure. And this is a big expense, but certainly very important for safety. Right now, what we have is some very old equipment that is out of date and may not be replaceable or maintainable if something fails. So we're looking at a project to continue that replacement of old DOS-based equipment, build some resiliency and reliability into it. We'll work with the county again on this to identify places that we can collaborate and share equipment. You saw in the last presentation that fire also has some additional communications equipment needs that kind of go in partnership with this. They're not one and the same. Those are two exclusive requests, but Rick Larson and his folks will be carrying out all of that work. I'll pause again if there's any questions before I go into street division.
Not seeing any. Thanks.
Okay. So the street division does all of the snow removal, potholes, roadway maintenance and repairs, as well as leaf collection. We chip sealed 172 blocks of city streets this year, patched over 8,000 potholes. Brian's goal before he retires is to not have to patch any potholes. We're going to hold him to that. Implemented new residential snow plowing. This was something we received a lot of positive feedback from citizens on. Had kind of a mild winter, but it was a great first go at that to really see how well that worked and how responsive we can be. Because it was a mild winter, we actually did more street sweeping. This allowed us to clean up the streets more quickly and comply with local and federal air quality regulations. And the health department tells us that street sweeping is one of the best things we can do for air quality in Missoula. It really makes a big impact. Milled and paved over 168 blocks of city streets. This included North Higgins, Ryman, and Woody, as well as South Avenue during the COVID shutdown. We strategically shifted projects to get that work done when things were slow in downtown and there weren't a lot of businesses open and the traffic was down. So while COVID was a big disruption and a major economic hit, we did make good use of that time. We also upgraded upgraded 35 ADA ramps. And we completed our pavement condition survey. So this is all the data collection that will go into a more robust pavement management system. We added GPS tracking to a lot of our vehicles. Improved our street sweeping disposal process. This is taking care of all the sweepings and water that are collected by the street sweepers and having a place to dispose of those properly, let it dry out, and eventually that material makes its way to the landfill. Constructed some new containment for our de-icer tanks. As always, Brian's creative in the way he gets that done, found a low-cost way to do that. We upgraded the pavement on 5th and 6th, as well as ADA ramps. And what this did, we spent a little bit of money to make that street eligible for a major pavement preservation project that MDT is doing. So that's $1.2 million of federal money that will go in and completely repave those streets. So we did the structural work and the ADA work ahead of that project that will happen this year. We worked with the Water Division on the South Avenue and 3rd Street projects. 3rd Street's still underway. This is a case where we had need to replace the water mains, and the street was also in bad shape. And so Brian and Dennis worked together to line those projects up so that they could be done together. And when we're finished, we'll have a brand new street. Streets Division also supports the stormwater utility by taking care of sumps. They cleaned over 600 sumps and 324 storm drain inlets, as well as installing new sumps and redigging existing sumps that had failed. So this is a great collaboration where the Stormwater Division helps provide the funding, Brian's forces provide the labor, and we get a lot done that way.
Hey, Jeremy, quick pause. Back on the prior slide, 2 questions. First one is, if it's not too difficult, I'd like to request a simple map of the 8,400 plus potholes. I'm hoping that's, I don't know. I don't know how possible that is, if those are tracked in GIS. If it is possible with relative ease, it would be great to see that. So I'll make the request that way. It may be that they're not, and I would understand that. The second thing is the pavement condition survey has obviously been something of great interest on the part of council for a while now. Where do you see next steps with that? Sort of when and where do we go with that in the future?
Yeah, you'll see that in our goals for this year, to really implement a pavement management system, and we'll bring a presentation to council to really take you through that. But what we're doing right now is going over the data and reviewing the consultant's report and recommendations around that. What it really does is it identifies the places that we really need to get to preventative maintenance right now, so that those streets don't continue to degrade into worse conditions. So it'll really help us with priorities, and it'll also help us with budgeting the cost to do that preventative work.
Great, thank you.
The leaf collection is really a service that people appreciate. Over 1,100 loads of leaves went to Garden City Compost. We're continuing to improve just what you asked about, Brian, mapping the work we do and having that available publicly on a website. That's still a work in progress, but we've made a lot of good steps with that, working with our GIS group. Streets is integrally involved in the Public Works Facility Plan. We're really, in that plan, we're really focused on the Scott Street site and how we use that property efficiently. And, again, another compliment to Brian and his crews. They just do an exceptional job of responding to people when they call. If Brian doesn't call you back within a day or two, it's really an unusual case. He's great about getting back.
Jeremy, I've got a question from Mirta.
Thanks.
I just wanted to add to that compliment to our streets division, because not only do they respond very promptly to constituent calls and questions, but also to city council. I feel really fortunate to be able to reach out and get a really quick response from them. So thank you.
Yes, thanks for that.
And I've got Stacy also.
I couldn't help but also pile on here, but I just really wanted to call out the fact that last year we invested in the smaller trucks to really address a lot of the kind of not straight emptied streets for residential plowing. A lot of those reside in Ward 5 because we have a lot of what was developed in the county, and the fact that we made it through an entire winter, be it a light winter without any complaints, I think hats off to Brian and his crew, but really some great thinking about kind of what the tools we were missing from our toolbox.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Stacy. That's a really great point. We continue to look at the kind of equipment we need to maintain different kinds of facilities, and as those facilities change, we need to change our equipment. And it doesn't always mean a large over-the-road snowplow to get that work done. So Brian, you asked about the pavement management system. This is really the next step of implementing all that data we collected. And, you know, really what the recommendations are showing is that we really need to expand our chip seal program, expand our work around crack sealing, because that's where we can really get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of preventative maintenance. We continue to coordinate with other departments around snow operations. You know, we found that there's probably 4 or 5 different departments that do something with snow. And so having a regular meeting, we meet at least twice a year on this and talk through how we can coordinate and even trade different functions to make us more efficient. And, you know, we had our first year with the residential snow plowing. We learned a lot from that, and we'll look to improve the way that runs. Using the GIS tracking in our vehicles is really a key to that. We can do a lot with routing and understanding how the time it takes to do certain things.
Jeremy, could I just jump in on that one real quick?
Absolutely, Brian.
So, Brian, in answering your pothole question, that new upgrade on the vehicles with the GPS system is something that I want to work towards, and that's what this is for, so that we can automate the pothole patching process and just have the data automatically go to, say, a field laptop or tablet. And with the pavement management system and the new GPS system, at some point, I'm hoping they can all communicate together efficiently, and then you won't have to ask me for that pothole map. So that's something we're working on right now. We track potholes by paper and pencil and locations, either by address or intersections. I can put it together if you want. It's going to take a little time.
No, yeah, thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. I don't think I will withdraw that request, understanding where you're headed. The root of my request was what you touched on, which is I am theorizing that there's a nexus between our pothole repair and our pavement condition, and was just curious to see that graphically. But I appreciate knowing where you guys are headed.
Thank you.
So just a couple more goals for the street division. You know, continuing to work on those public-facing information pieces that we can put on our website that can be part of public communication. You know, the transparency and accountability for what we do is really important to be able to report back to the public what we're doing with the money that we're spending. We're also working really closely with transportation and engineering around the new city CIP process that we presented this morning. You know, street maintenance is just tied right in with that, because we can really leverage those maintenance dollars by tying them to capital projects where you have both a street maintenance need and a need for things like curb and sidewalk. We hope to finish our public works facility plan this year. We have a very creative approach to getting some new street sweepers using CMAQ funding. I'll cover that in a minute. Great customer service, really thinking about recruitment, retention, as well as transition planning for key folks in street division. And as always, keeping an eye on our budget. We think that the stormwater collaboration has been really successful, and we're going to continue with that in FY21. Our goal is to get to about 10% of our dry well sumps every year. So we were a little over 600 this year. Our goal is to get to 650 of them in FY20. That's part of our facility plan in terms of maintaining all that infrastructure. Lets you get to those sumps within a reasonable time period that we don't end up with major repairs or having to redig those sumps. We've got about 71 of those dry wells that are due for replacement that have kind of gone beyond the point of being able to maintain them. And we'll try to get to about half of those this year. We're also very appreciative to the voters that supported a local option gas tax. we're working with the county to get that stood up, and we'll see some revenue from that this year. We don't know exactly how much, but that'll allow us to start to increase some of the levels of service and also the capital projects that we're able to do. And as I mentioned before, really focusing on those preventative maintenance treatments like crack sealing and mastic that will reduce the number of pothole repairs that we have to make. Any questions before I go on?
Not seeing any.
So we have one new request, the street division. This is a sweeper lease. And what this will do is allow us to lease 4 new sweepers for a 5-year term using CMAQ funds. So CMAQ funds are federal funds that are available for congestion mitigation and air quality. And we have traditionally been able to purchase street sweepers through CMAQ. Recently, the federal requirements for Buy America have made it impossible to buy street sweepers because there just aren't any street sweepers that can fully meet the requirements of a Buy America criteria. So what we've been able to do is figure out a way to lease them, and it's a similar cost. We still are able to use that CMAQ money that requires a local match. That's where the $63,000 a year comes from. But we're leveraging several $1 million of money to do that. So that'll let us replace our current fleet, which is from 6 to 14 years old. We'll be able to start to replace at least a portion of those sweepers. Our goals with this are to increase the amount of sweeping we're able to do, keep the current fleet updated and reliable, and continue to work on those air quality goals, as well as our MS4 permit requirements, which is the stormwater permit. And street sweeping helps with that by removing all that sediment that makes its way into our storm drain system and eventually into our waterways.
So, Jeremy, could you repeat so the 63,000 represents the match requirement?
That's correct. So that's the match on the annual lease.
Mirta has a question.
Okay.
I was just wondering if Jeremy could expand a little bit on the fact that before we were able to use CMAQ funds to purchase the sweepers, and that now, because of that requirement of Made in America, is that costing us more money or a greater match?
It's fairly comparable. It's a little bit more expensive with the lease, but there's also some benefits to leasing. So, essentially these sweepers typically last about 5 years. We don't really want to try to run them longer than that because your maintenance costs really go up. And so what this allows us to do is lease them for 5 years and then give them back. And we don't have to deal with an old piece of equipment that no longer has a lot of value. So the combination of being able to use the CMAQ money and also having a replacement schedule, it's pretty similar to what we would do if we were purchasing them outright. Made a lot of sense to go this route.
Couple more questions, Amber.
I'm just curious with this lease and with the CMAQ funds, would this, since it's a 5-year term, would we be committing to $63,000 a year? And then do we have a commitment from those funds for that period of time as well? Or is that, how does that all work as far as their commitment to funding and our commitment to funding? And can you just expand a bit? If I missed that, I'm sorry.
Brian, you may have to jump in and help me out here, but it is a multi-year commitment. I think we would have to come back and approve this each year, but I'm not certain about that. The CMAQ funds would be also committed, so we wouldn't have to worry about not having that funding in year 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's correct, Jeremy.
Amber, did that answer your question?
Good, thank you.
Sandra?
Thank you. So our commercial vehicle lease is the same as private passenger vehicle leases, where if we go over a certain amount of miles or something like that, will there be additional charges that we could see in the future, or are we immune to that?
So if I can take that one, Jeremy. So the lease agreements that we originally started with was they had a 2,000 hour per year limit. And in reviewing of our frontline sweepers, we're usually 1,800. So we should be fine. But it would be something we'll certainly check into when the formal agreements, if and when they get signed, we'll certainly investigate that.
Okay, that sounds like a good leeway. Thank you.
And Jeremy, I think I heard you say that a typical sort of lifespan would be 5 years. Did I hear that correctly? I'm trying to compare our current. I was wondering that when I look at our existing range of 6 to 14 years for the vehicles we own.
Yeah, these things start to really be expensive to maintain after 5 years. We've been trying to figure out how to buy sweepers for about 3 years now. So the reason that they're at 6 years is because we haven't been able to replace them.
Got it. Thanks.
And some of those other sweepers, Brian, if you don't mind, are in our secondary fleet, or they are primarily used for construction. They used to be frontline. And then like the mechanical sweepers that are some of the older ones, they're only really used during, say, spring cleanup and on construction. So once they get moved back into secondary and then also on the construction side, they don't accumulate as many hours. But the frontline ones are really what are hitting us right now because they're over 6 years old.
Got it. Amber.
Sorry, I was thinking about the answer to the question and now I'm a little confused. So if we did a 5-year lease, aren't we signing a contract for 5 years? And then it sounds like we wouldn't necessarily, and maybe that's not true. And then with the CMAQ funds, those would be committed for that 5-year term. I guess I'm not totally clear on that yet. Do you understand my question? I'm just trying to figure out if we're committing to funding for a period of time under a contract. I mean, I realize we have to approve the budget every year, but are we going to have a contractual obligation for 5 years and we don't reapply for CMAQ every year? Can you expand on that? I'm not, timing with all that is confusing me.
Yeah, the CMAQ allocation for this will include the full term of the lease. So we'll make sure that we have the full amount of CMAQ money allocated. And then this 63,000 will need to be in the budget each year for 5 years. So you're absolutely right. We'll enter into a contract on this. And then I think future years budgets, it'll just show as a baseline budget item.
Okay, but then if CMAQ tracks along that 5 years, we know we're not going to be in a lease and then not have that matching fund because or have that other money because obviously that's really paying for it.
Yeah, that's really important. We'll make sure that that's really well spelled out when we sign that contract. And of course, that'll all come back to council before we act on this.
Yeah, I think we're good to go on.
Okay, last slide is the numbers. This is a summary of our budget. You can see the budget for the past 3 years and how it's changing in FY21. You know, our major cost increases around personnel. This is really largely a reflection of the union contracts being completed and some back pay, some you know, compensation that was due prior, and of course adjustments in salaries. So that's the major increase that we're looking at. The purchase services actually goes down this year by about $75,000. That's reflecting the pavement management study that we did. That was a one-time cost that the road district contributed to. And then some adjustments in our debt service.
Okay.
So unless anybody has any other questions about road district, we're going to move on to utilities, and I'll hand it over to Dennis.
Thanks. And Dennis, I'll just give you a warning. We've got slightly under a half hour scheduled, and I know we've got stormwater, water, wastewater, and maybe a fourth. Cemetery.
Yep, not a problem. I'll go as quick as I can. So this is basically the life cycle that we put together over a year ago to identify the 3 utilities. Just a reminder to the council and the public that each utility is an enterprise fund. So basically the revenue that is collected through the department stays within the department to do the activities only for that department. So no funds are taken out of the general fund. Next. Stormwater provides for and maintains infrastructure for both surface and underground movement of water from rain, snow melt, and other weather events, and ensures compliance with state, federal, and local laws. Next. Some of the FY20 accomplishments, approved the new rate and transition onto the water bill. That was a big plus. Completed the levee vegetative maintenance. That was a big plus. That hadn't been done in years and helped out. Obtained a cost share assistance from the AmeriCorps and Montana Conservation Corps for 2 full-time fellows. Verified the infrastructure in the development park on expressway using GPS. Initiated an MS4 compliant water sampling plan. That was a big plus for with DEQ. Really appreciated us for getting that completed. It was long overdue. Identified and inspected all 60 outfalls in the city. Another big accomplishment by Tracy and Marie and Michelle. Completed city SWIP inspections. Unfortunately, with everybody being busy, that didn't quite get completed every year. This is the first time, I think, in the last 4 years that it's ever been done. And a big plus to Tracy and Marie and Michelle on doing that. And Andy, our new utility engineer, I mean.
Dennis, what is SWIP for the public? What's the acronym?
Stormwater Pollution Prevention Program.
Stormwater Pollution Prevention Program.
Thank you.
Improved response and multi-division coordination for infrastructure maintenance, and that's what Brian touched on, Jeremy touched on also, along with the assistance from the wastewater collection department helping out, and also on some of the construction that the water department crews are out there are assisting and keeping an eye on some of the activities in the field. F121 goals: complete the Upper Garrett Drainage Project, begin phase 2 of the Cares Park Outfall Pretreatment Retrofit Project, and that's a big plus that we've been working with Park and Rec on that. That's really going to help on the amount of material that'll be going into the Clark Fork River. So if we can get this done, try to eliminate any of the outfall going into the Clark Fork River at all. Maintain vegetation on accredited levees. Perform proactive system maintenance. Rather get to be proactive than reactive. Reduce the amount of customer calls we get from flooded intersections and stuff, and we're trying to keep track of all that and also GPSing our whole system. Increase encouragement for low impact development and green infrastructure in our community. Implement new construction and post-construction inspection protocols. This is a big benefit if we can get this done, because eventually some of this new construction and that will be city assets, and we want to make sure it gets done correctly. Provide excellent customer service, establish recruitment and retention processes, and like Jeremy said, continue to adhere to our fiscally responsible standards. Next. New requests, stormwater repair and maintenance, $128,000. It allows to increase maintenance of infrastructure, increase water quality protection and compliance, increase protection of public and private properties. Strategic goal, service 10% of the system in FY21 by inspecting/cleaning 650 dry wells. 71 dry wells are due for replacement in FY21. We're aiming to replace 35. We're just trying to maintain, because of time and being able to do it and cost, we're trying to keep within our budget. Capital improvement projects. These are some of the projects that we want to try to get done in the next 5 years. So it's $462,851. Upper Garrett drainage improvement, South Hills drainage improvement, Cares Park outfall pretreatment retrofit project phase 2, Patty Creek stormwater drainage improvements, Bitterroot swale maintenance and green infrastructure improvements, Madeline Spring drainage improvements and green infrastructure, South 4th Street Missoulian stormwater quality improvements. So as you can see on the pictures on the right, you'll see those two guys on the bottom. They're out GPSing all of the infrastructure for the stormwater system, which is going to be a great benefit for not only keeping track of our assets, but also put a maintenance schedule and also a replacement schedule years out. Next. Capital improvements, levy maintenance.
All right, Dennis, I'm going to interrupt you. Julie has a question.
Yes, Julie.
I'm not sure that this is actually timely. My question is about the levy maintenance. I think I'm a little out of line. If you want to keep going, you can come back. Or is that next?
No. We can touch base on the levy maintenance on this slide here if you would like.
Okay, so my question actually goes to the certification. I know we talked last year about the possible problems with getting the levies certified. And I'm wondering if the budget requests that you have in for the levy maintenance contemplates a potential, major change that we might need to make in regards to the certification.
Part of the maintenance we need to do the maintenance and that on there. This next slide shows that with the levy maintenance and certification, we're looking at $233,218. There's a big benefit to the residents that are affected by these levies on their homeowners insurance and the rate that they pay. So we're trying to accommodate and get everything in there dollar-wise, with an understanding in the next 5 years, prices could go up or that, but we'll modify that every year when we do our budgets. We're looking at doing these 4 levies, the 2 Clark Fork, the Grant Creek, and the Patty over the next 5 years and get certification. These protects over $14 billion in property assets and 240 structures, which affects insurance rates. So it's a big plus for the community if we can get this money up and do everything we need. It'll really help keep the insurance rates for these customers in these areas. Maintenance, removing large trees, non-native trees and shrubs, addressing other issues identified by the USACE. Required to retain accreditation. So does that answer everything, Julie? We are looking at the cost of the certification, also the cost of the maintenance. We've looked at all the current maintenance that needs to be done and just trying to keep on top of it if all of a sudden something else comes up. We don't know if we're going to end up having 5 beavers show up and live in the levee. We don't know that. We're trying to put signs out and say, no open, we're closed.
Don't feed the beef. Brian, if I could,
absolutely.
Quick follow-up. I think the conversation that we had when we talked about this last was an apparent discrepancy between what people felt like the Army Corps was going to require as far as maintenance, which in some people's interpretation was completely denuding the levees of all vegetation. And others' opinions were that a certain level of vegetation was going to be acceptable and we could get them certified with that. And so I'm wondering which of those scenarios this budget request is contemplating.
Yeah, I've got Marie here also. We've had meetings with the Army Corps and that, and there is certain level of vegetation that will be allowed. And we have that in documentation form that they will allow certain vegetation. And that the collaborative effort with that is that we're working with Park and Rec to assist us on those type of vegetation.
And what I might suggest is, that was a pretty detail-filled presentation that Julie's referring to. I recall that conversation, and it seems like it would be prudent to have a follow-up where we might be able to dive into more detail in Public Works. If I could impose on Mirta and staff at some point, in the next several months.
Sounds good.
Now we can do that, Brian. We'll set up a separate meeting for that, for the Public Works Committee, if that's okay.
Yeah, Julie, is that enough for now on that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, and I see Amber's got a question.
I'm just with Clark Fork Area 3 and 5. Where is that? Are we talking about downtown? I guess let me tell you why I'm asking it. So I'm just curious with some of the proposed work from the 2018 open space bond, which I realize hasn't gone through the full process for improvements on city open space, but I'm just wondering about levee maintenance and work that is potentially going to be happening on that in the next year or two, and if there's coordination. And I don't even know where Clark Fork Area 3 and 5 are though.
Clark Fork Area 3 is downtown. And
Clark Fork Area 5 is Russell to California.
And the 5 is Russell to California Street, right by the Missoula Water Office.
Right. Okay. So Area 3 would be the same area of the river that we're talking about with the open space bond. I don't know if there's any need for coordination on that since that hasn't come all the way through the process yet. I'm just curious if have been any conversations about it.
We have met with Park and Rec in that because Area 3 is like with Cares Park and that, and looking at all the possibility of changing Cares Park and that whole area. We're working on it together. So that way we can help out each other and like Cares Park, what we need to do is put some infiltration chambers on that section down there and how it's going to affect the levee down there. So we are trying to coordinate with everybody on it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
If I could just speak to Julie's question, I think what's reflected here is the budget that we need for the work that we need to do this year. And there's going to be other work that will follow, but we don't know all of it yet. And that detail is going to get fleshed out as we go through this initial phase.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Next slide. This is just a little pie chart showing you the difference. So, water quality improvements, we're looking at 462,851. And then the levee maintenance and certification, 233,218. Next. And basically showing you some of the budgets and the items that, we've reduced purchase services. That's a big reduction. And primarily we added some stuff into that, but we took a big chunk out because in previous budgets, there was like $250,000 for professional service, hire engineers to do some studies. We're not doing that now. We can't do that right now. We need to do all the maintenance of the system. So we ended up held off on the purchase services. We'll reevaluate it in a year, maybe to hire some consultants to do some studies for us on the, like Mullen Road project and that. Not much change really on the fixed charges, same thing. It was just reduction. That was the reduction primarily because putting the stormwater bills onto the water bills. So the merchant service fees and all that also helped out. So that was a win-win for the department. And not as much capital we did this year. We're trying to get everything set up like we've done with the water, is get everything planned and set up and put stuff out in the beginning of the year, January, February, March, to get the best prices, and then that way do the work the following summer. So compared to last year, the FY20 adopted budget, we're reducing it approximately about 17.1%. Next. Any more on stormwater before we leave it?
Nope.
Good deal. Next is Missoula Water. Provides clean, safe water throughout the city and maintains the water system infrastructure. Next. FY20 accomplishments. Reduced system leakage by 263 gallons per minute, actually, for a total of 1.3 million gallons per day by replacing old mains and fixing leaks. This is a moving target, like everybody knows. We got over 300 miles of mains, old mains. So we can show that we reduce the system leakage by 1.3 million gallons per day, but every day the system's getting older and older, other leaks pop up. And it's just like taking 100 marbles and rolling it down Hillview and see if you can catch them all before it goes 100 feet, and we can't. So it's a moving target, but the crews are doing an outstanding job, and this is the importance of us keep putting the money that we get back into the system, which has never really been done before by the previous owners. Next. Installed 2,500 meters, less than expected because of the COVID-19. Next. Installed 2 of the advanced metering infrastructure AMI collectors and antennas. I'm going to give a slight presentation on the 29th to the Public Works Committee to show the benefits and show you the software that we're using with this stuff. It's pretty fascinating. This is really, really going to help us also with identifying certain areas of leakage. And even if we can get into, they call them DMIs, direct metering areas. So that way we can see right instantaneously how much water went into that area and how much did we sell. Hired 4 new distribution employees. I think this is the first time in a long time that we were able to get all the distribution stuff, all the inspections of hydrants, flow testing, everything done this year with those 4 additional employees. Finished the South Avenue 250 horse well replacement. That was a big accomplishment. Abandoned and removed the lower far used tanks that were beyond their useful life, and that clears that area there for that was already surrounded by park, that they can use the rest of that area for the park. Integrated the stormwater rate onto the water bill, while also doing, sorry, I got somebody trying to call me, also doing a system cleanup. So that picture on the far right is one of the projects we're going to try to do this year. As you can see, there's 3 silver repair bands on that. That's one dig. That's on a Cooper Alley over here, which is really, really challenging. We know it's leaking. It's leaking pretty bad. There's about 5 blocks. So that's our plan for this year. Next. Also, we implemented the Waterline Loan Program, which has been a very, very good success. Thanks to Katie on that, along with the customers that have taken part of that has really appreciated it, and it was a good benefit to the community. Next.
Hang on, Stacy, did you have a question?
I was just going to ask about, he highlighted the leaking and how much less leaking we are having because of the infrastructure fixes that we have done this year, do you have, and we don't need to go into this now, but a total, I know that there was anecdotal, talk about when we acquired it, how much was leaking each day, and it was somewhere close to almost the equivalent of what was going through it. And so with us having had it under our control for the last couple of years, as we each year take a piece and reduce that leaking, are you able to kind of show the progression of, how we're not wasting this natural resource? But
yeah, we go ahead, Stacy, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I know we're super short on time, and you said you're coming back to Public Works, so we can talk about it then when you give that presentation.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you an update at the Public Works Committee, but yes, we keep track of all that. Unfortunately, remember the first year of the city ownership, we focused on trying to get everything up and running and make sure it was more ready to go, the pumps and everything. So we didn't start off with a bunch of capital main replacements the first year and a half. So, but we have all that data. We haven't lost. We haven't gained too much, but we haven't lost. And I think it's a good trend showing that we're finally making progress on reducing the leakage.
Yeah, I just want to quickly follow up. I would love to get a more detailed presentation on that, Dennis. We don't need to do it during budget review now. And just to be clear, Stacy, it was not anecdotal. It was very, very direct information about the leakage. And it would be great to get an update on sort of the water balance equations and those metrics. So, but we can do that in Public Works.
Yep, we'll be doing another system-wide leak study here in November. So that might be a good time for us to sit down and after we get those results to show you how it's been and what the trend is.
Yep, that would be perfect.
Some of the other 20 accomplishments, we started the Rattlesnake Dam removal, 3rd Street water main replacement, Cooper Street service line swaps. Those were remember that those were where we had 2 water mains in one street. One extremely old, 90, 100 years old, the other one 15 to 20 years old. So we eliminated the old one and swapped the services over to the newer one. So it was a lot cheaper doing that than running a brand new main. So it worked out very well. The other is started also Warden and Howe water main replacement, East Pine water main replacement, West Pine water main replacement, Zip Beverage service relocation. That was a big win. I take that personally because I had fears of that. That's a leaky water main, a leaky system over there that's running through the Superfund site, 114-year-old water main. So we were able to swap those services, that fire line and that over, and getting ready to abandon that old line running through there. So it's a big win-win for that, for the department. Next. Completed water facility master plan, South Avenue well, Alder Street service line swaps. Next. Designed upper and lower Lincoln Hills tanks, Cemetery Road water main extension. I can't see the very bottom one, so sorry. Accomplishments, so it just shows you the some of the miles of pipe that we were able to replace and get rid of. So, and also with doing this, we added hydrants, which really helps the community and the neighborhoods by better fire protection, having more hydrants out there, and it helps out the fire department having more hydrants. One of the main extended that we worked with MRA on Wyoming, since Wyoming was going to be all redone in that, and curb and gutter. To improve that area, we went ahead and put a new main in there and tied two mains together and added 2 hydrants. Next. Goals. Continue to reduce system leakage using hydrant listening devices for data. I'll be bringing a map, a GIS map. We have this. This is measuring the sound on the hydrants, and we mapped it on the GIS system to show where the sound is and the decibel levels. So we can try to pinpoint certain areas where the system leakage is and then correlate the mains. Installed 4,000 meters by FY22. Installed 3 AMI collectors and antennas. We're close to getting those up here. Actually, in the next couple of weeks, Jerry Ellis has done a great job on that. We need to hire a new production tech, primarily because Within the 2 years, I have 2 people that'll be retiring in that department, and that's not a type of activity that you can just pop anybody in there. That takes a long time for them to gain system knowledge to do that. Abandon 3 pieces of old, outdated water system infrastructure. Build new reservoirs at Upper Prospect, Upper and Lower Lincoln Hills tanks. Those, because of growth, we need to do this with our model that we got for our hydraulic modeling. We got it all calibrated in that. It shows that the Upper Prospect, we don't quite have enough fire protection up there for the current customers, along with there's some additional growth going there. So we need to do that. And unfortunately, we don't have a water development fund fee yet. I'm hoping to propose something here shortly because this way it goes on the growth versus on the rest of the customers. Continue decommissioning, maintenance, and rehabilitation of the rattlesnake lakes up in the wilderness area. FY21 goals, next, yep. So incorporate the wastewater rate onto the utility billing system and send out a combined utility bill in February 2021. I want to thank the council for supporting that rate structure change for the wastewater department. We are going to also put the target to put that graph back on this bill so that everybody has asked for. So acquire property that fits our current needs and sell properties that no longer serve a purpose for the water system. Currently we have 4 parcels that we don't need. They're a maintenance nightmare in that. We're in the process. I'm getting an evaluation of what the value of those are, and then we'll be selling those. And then we're going to use that funds to acquire some other property to better serve the utility. Perform system maintenance. Same thing. They're doing a great job keeping up. We're being very proactive on all our system maintenance and that versus reactive. Next. Provide excellent customer service, establish recruitment and retention. This is a big one for the water utility because everybody knows a lot of the 5-year contracts will be up in 2 years. So we're going to have a lot of the old Mountain Water employees leaving. So we need to retain that knowledge, that system knowledge, so for years to come. Next slide.
Dennis, just if I could interrupt you for a moment. So I want to acknowledge that we're at the hour, a minute over. If folks have to leave, this is obviously recorded and you can come back and reference it. So if you have to leave the meeting, totally understand, but we're gonna, it's part of the reason we schedule these last. We're gonna run long to get through the material, but just wanted to acknowledge that we're at 3, and if you have to go, you have to go. Please reference the video. You can go ahead, Dennis.
Thanks, Brian. And if anybody if they have to leave and they watch the video and they have questions, please email me, send me the questions. I'll be happy to answer, or even call me. New requests, production tech, 1 FTE is what the new request we have, production department. We need that. Like I said, we got 2 people who will be retiring here within the next 2 years. We've had the same FTE level for 10 years in that department. As everybody knows, the department is growing. More wells, more PRVs. At least 2 FTEs will be retiring in 2022. The tasks associated with this is completing weekly rounds, maintain chlorine and pump system, monitor SCADA system, programming communications, performing generator maintenance. So there's a lot of detail to it. And it's just with the big system we have and multi-pressure zones and that, it really takes a long time to get somebody up to knowledge in that to be able to perform all the activities in that department. Strategic goal, understanding basic system and infrastructure knowledge by the end of the first year. Next. Capital improvement projects, the system improvements. We plan on spending $2.8 million. New fire hydrants. Water main upsizing, extensions, and replacements. Shakespeare Street to Cooper, Mount Avenue, North 2nd to South 4th Street. And Cemetery Road is, we're looking at possibly doing a main extension over there. Next. Production improvements is 2.1 million, and the biggest jump in this is because of those tanks. And like I said, we need to do it after we receive the information about from our hydraulic modeling and that. We need to do these tanks. So design the upper prospect tank, possibly put it out to bid, replace lower and upper Lincoln Hills tank. Tie the Stevens well into the south system with the removal of those upper far view tanks. We are going to swap it over to the other system so it goes to the south reservoir. New install well north of the river, west of reserve. The Hagen well, we were looking at putting another one there because of the big growth over there. Lower rattlesnake pressure reducing valve to help feed that area and for fire flows. And plus we need an additional generator because of the growth. The biggest thing is that we designed these tanks also, just so you know, so the same diameter for the Lincoln Hills ones, so that'll save us some cost, and hopefully we'll have the one contractor be able to use the same forms and everything to build those tanks. So this is also the pie chart that shows the system improvements, production improvements, meters and vehicles, and also the future purchase property. So total, I know the mayor mentioned a couple of weeks ago to everybody that we were targeting 5.4 million. We're targeting actually 6.9 million. After the mayor did his presentation, I reevaluated everything and that, and then found the information on the reservoirs and that, and we were going to do total investment back into the system, $6.9 million. So this is, like I said, this is all from the rates that the customers pay and put back, and this is reinvesting back in the system to serve the community. Next. This is kind of the breakdown of everything. So slightly increase on personal services. Supplies is up, and the big plus on that is that we've had some of our supplies go up 18%. But the other part of it is that we were capitalizing some activities like hydrant replacements, valve replacements, blow-off replacements. Per the recommendation of the finance department, they said that shouldn't be capitalized, it should be expense. So basically we took those material costs and added them to the supplies. Purchase services, we did increase that, but the biggest change on that, it reduced, is because of the way we're operating the system with our power bills and the wells and everything, and also the system leakage. We reduced that, the power alone, we reduced it by $218,000 a year. So that's a big win for the department and the utility. So that all helps out. It shows you that if we keep up on these main replacements and how we operate the system, we're a lot better off. The fixed charges primarily on that is that, if everyone remembers rightly, when the city took over the system, is that we agreed to do payment in lieu of taxes for a 5-year period, and through those 5 years it reduces every year. So that's part of that reduction of the payment in lieu of taxes. Debt service is up, and the only reason why that's up is we're going to start paying principal on our bond. It's set for July 1st of 2021, but we're going to book it in June. I don't want to be late, and I know the city doesn't want to be late. So that's what it's going to be, is that's 1.1 million in principal, so it's up. Capital, we're going to increase it from FY20, like I said, 10.8%. So the total for the whole department, we're looking at increasing 6.1%. All done by with the enterprise funds that we receive. Next.
Dennis, so is this budget supported by the current rates?
It is, Brian. And basically the reason is that we had some savings on the first few years. We didn't spend all the money we received. So the fund balance was up a little bit. And basically we were looking at trying to do those reservoirs in a couple of years, but we can't do that. So basically taking some that additional money out of the fund balance. We are getting tight. I'll be honest with you, we are getting tight because, like I said, we saved some money on that payment in lieu of taxes, and these supplies and that, and chlorine, and that keeps going up. We're balancing it now, but it's something that we're going to have to bring to the council before too long. And remember, though, in all honesty, remember that we're still working off the 2010-2011 water rates, which this utility has never gone 10 years on the same rates. The past owners always went in every 2 years and increased the rates and stuff. Even though Northwest Energy has raised their rates So personally, I think we've done an outstanding job, but it's going to be time that we are going to have to, you know, and it might be not for 2 years. I've worked out a plan on a 10-year plan of what it's going to look like with the information I know. But we might have to go in and do a 2 or 4%, but also maybe look at CPI, using the CPI index and say, this is what we need to do. I would love to get to a position within the next couple of years to get up to main replacements up to $8 million. That's what we need to do to maintain the system and reduce this leakage. As you can see, the more we can do, the less expenses we'll have on our power bills and everything with the information we know.
No, thanks for the detail, Dennis. There are two main components to the acquisition, and they were increased capital investment in the system. You've demonstrated that we are meeting that obligation and that we did it for a period of time, that we do it for a period of time under the existing rate structure. And that's why I asked the question, and we're doing that. So appreciate it.
Next. Wastewater Department provides safe and environmentally management and disposal of sewage at the collections and the resource recovery facilities. Next. Sewer collections. Started West Broadway Maple Street sewer main extension, University 4 sewer main replacement. That was a big plus. If everybody remembers that anytime there's something going on at the university, Pat would live over there at the lift station and have to operate it off his laptop because the controls and wasn't big enough to be able to do it. So that's a big win-win for the department. Next. Completed Reserve Street lift station, Mount Sentinel communication site, Owen Street sewer main replacement and upgrade. The Mount Sentinel communication site also benefited the water utility by, we designed it with Pat's help that all the utilities will be at that site. It is ours. We only have to pay an annual lease to DNRC instead of a private company. And both utilities saved some funds by doing that. Owen Street sewer main replacement / upgrade was a big plus also. Picture on the right is from the Reserve Street lift station. Some of these projects, just remember that some of these projects were done out of the fund balance, but also it was done because these areas needed to be done because of growth. They were also funded out of the sewer development fund. Design Grant Creek lift station, South Point step decommissioning, North Russell sewer main extension.
Julie has a question.
Sure.
Sorry, again, I may be a little premature, but I just got a very long-winded voicemail from a constituent earlier this week about the odor from the sewer plant and the compost plant. And I'm wondering, Dennis, since we're talking about the sewer department, if you could just maybe touch on some of the things that have been done to mitigate that issue over the years.
Yep, I'll get to that. This is primarily the collection system. I'll get to the stuff for the wastewater plant and the compost of what we're doing. Next. Accomplishments, same thing. We'll put some footage there of Owen Street and University Force Main. Also the main extension of Broadway and Maple, and that's already paid for itself, the Broadway and Maple. There's already others that are going to be hooking up to it, and that'll be paying the sewer development fee out of that. So that'll be already be recouped whatever cost that was. So next. FY21 goals: provide excellent customer service, establish recruitment and retention processes, continue to adhere to the fiscally responsible standards. And the picture on the right, it also shows where that the communication site, maintain employee safety and public health. That's the big one for us. So we're really working with the Angela Janssen that to make sure that all of Public Works is doing the safety and safety training in that. If we can make sure our employees are safe, it's going to cut down on any workers' comp in that. So diving into that deep, and appreciate Pat's help and the crews out there to assist us with that. Next. Perform system maintenance to prevent sewer backups and overflows on lift stations, step systems, air relief valves, telemetry, and get gravity lines. Next. Capital improvements projects, collection department is $1,802,400. We're looking at Momont 2 lift station replacement, North Russell sewer main replacement, Grand Creek lift station improvements, Kelly Island lift station improvements, Mullen Road lift station improvements. And same thing, this is multi-funded. Part of it's out of the regular utility fund, but the other part is sewer development funds. We need to do these activities because of growth. So it shows same thing of how it is, the wastewater rates and the wastewater development. So the big blue chunk is coming out of the wastewater development because we need to do these because of, like I said, because of the growth for those areas. Next. Resource recovery facility. We're not calling it the wastewater plant anymore, just so everybody knows.
Good luck at retraining us.
FY20 accomplishments. Provided advanced treatment for 2.5 billion gallons of wastewater, which produced approximately 23,000 cubic yards of Class A exceptional quality compost, over 1 million kilowatt hours of on-site electricity, 400 million gallons of treated water to irrigate 72,000 poplar trees, a measurable improvement in the Clark Forks water quality system. Next. Invested in the laboratory expansion, compost screen replacement, compost front end loader replacement, major equipment upgrades, 2 FTEs, SCADA and mechanic. The SCADA FTE is a very big benefit to us because we contracted that out, and there were some times that that contractor was not available when we had SCADA problems. So that's a big win-win for the department. Next. FY21 goals, continue COVID-19 community testing in cooperation with the U of M and Missoula County City Health Department. Next. Continue to collaborate with the county to develop a household hazardous waste facility. We're working with them to have a new building. They're going to build a new building right beside our facility out there by compost, so we'll try to get to a one-stop shop. Next. Engage in resource recovery through composting and diverting green waste from the landfill, generating on-site electricity, land application to the poplar trees. Next. Support resource recovery opportunities with other organizations, food waste, glass, other items. Next. Protect public health and safety. Enhance worksite safety culture, same thing as the collection system, water and stormwater. We're really kicking up on the safety training in that to make sure we have not only all the proper PPEs, but also the training. Meet or exceed all regulatory requirements protecting the Clark Fork River. Next. Make a measurable improvement in the Clark Forks water quality. Next. Complete a DEQ stormwater permit application. That's one of the applications we need to complete to be in compliance with the stormwater permit. Provide excellent customer service and establish recruitment and retention processes. And the same thing is that we're trying to be consistent, is continue to adhere to fiscally responsible standards. Next. Capital improvement projects, resource recovery facility, we're looking at $677,000. The influent pump and Atlas Capco compressor replacements, UV light and SCADA upgrades, primary effluent overflow basin, adjustable weir additions, drum to Volta press and gas scrubber regeneration improvements. Compost, we're looking at $140,000 to also do some improvements at compost. Next. Air system automation is one of the systems. So this is the funding for it. As you can see, $312,660 is the wastewater development, and then the $504,340 is out of the fund. Next. Wastewater CIP, same thing. The $2.6 million, it break down. Next. Wastewater budget overview. Same thing as everybody else. There's some things that have gone up. There's some supplies at the wastewater facility that has gone up. It's just like the polymer that we use out there. It's gone up 6% this last year. So we're really looking at that, trying to get a good trend so we can see where we're going to be in the next 4 or 5 years with some of our expenses. Same thing with purchase services. We're seeing more and more activities going up in cost. Fixed charges went down a little bit. Debt service really went down. I got to give a big shout out to Lee Griffin from the finance director. She did an excellent job working with Standard & Poor's to get our an excellent credit rating for the city, and also getting the refinancing done, refinancing bond and that. It was, as you can see, it really, really helped the department with his debt service. So great job from Lee for that. Then grants and contributions, we would just try to promote locally, teaching and stuff like that. We ended up reducing that a little bit. And also we reduced the capital this time around. Basically, you're trying to only budget within our means of what we're going to be collecting in rates. We should be increasing the rates in that in the near future. Our consultants are saying that, but we want to get the bills on the water bills and see where we're at, and then come up with a good intensive plan for all the departments and that, to maybe look at using CPI to offset some of these supply costs and increased costs by contractors and that. So you see we're reducing it 26.2%. Next.
Dennis, could you, I think then, could you talk to Julie's question before cemetery about odor management at compost? I know that aeration is a part of that. I just didn't want her question to get lost.
No, thanks, Brian. I forgot. Sorry, Julie, I forgot. No, yes, it is. We had another call, and also Adam about that. I had Gene and Jason look into it and that, and ended up finding out that some of the activity over there in the last week, they forgot to do, along with the compost, whatever. It was just housekeeping and that, and they identified it and went ahead and took care of it. But what I'd like to do is that if you hear something or whatever, or you smell something, contact Gene so we can turn around and identify and see what it is, see what's going on. So apologize for that getting out there. They take a lot of pride in making sure they're doing their best. All the improvements that we're doing, that we have done there, has really, really helped a lot. The air movement and that out there, and some of the equipment, they're doing an outstanding job to produce an excellent product. It's really cut down the smell out there, not only from compost, but also the plant. So they're in the process of changing the filters and stuff on the scrubber tower and that at the plant to help offset any additional smell from the plant.
Sandra, question?
Oh, I just wanted to tell Julie that I probably got that same voicemail, and I was very impressed with the correspondence with Gene. He emailed me back a bunch of great explanations right away, so I was very impressed with that department. So I just wanted to give a shout out to you.
Thanks, Sandra. I'll pass it on to Gene.
And Julie, any follow-up on that, or does that cover?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to tell what the concerns that when people express them, whether that's something that's just been an ongoing problem, that they live near the plant and it's always going to be a problem for them, or if it's more of an acute situation like what Dennis was just mentioned, that perhaps there were something got overlooked one day that it caused a more of an acute situation that can be handled. So I appreciate the feedback.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. Yes, and it was primarily housekeeping for a couple of days, so they're on it. They know about it. They've done an excellent job. We don't get the complaints like we used to, which I think we've done great by doing the improvements out at compost and that. I think they've done an excellent job. Will we have to do more, keep doing more improvements? Yes, we have to stay on top of it. But the other important part of it is making sure we keep up on our housekeeping and that. So it's good that the complaints are lowering and not much at all, but you know, all it takes is one complaint and it's not good. So we'll do our best.
Thanks.
Jeremy, I think it's back to you, cemetery, unless you want me to do it.
I can run through these if my audio quality is okay.
Sounding okay, Jeremy.
Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We appreciate all the good questions and good discussion. Last part of our presentation is the cemetery. This is an important piece of what we do. Ron Reagan and his folks out there do a great job keeping the cemetery looking good and inviting folks to come out there. FY20, they added a new niche wall to the Columbarium Plaza. It's a place where you can inter ashes of your loved ones. They've done a great job of making that a really nice place to visit and spend time. We've added historical signs to the grounds. This is, you know, really capitalizing on that asset that we have out there that really represents a big part of Missoula's history. Did maintenance work on the roads out there to help protect that infrastructure. And we embarked on a strategic plan for the cemetery. So this is a look ahead. What's the next 30 or 100 years look like for the cemetery? What do we need for planning that facility, for utilizing that space efficiently, planning for the kinds of trends that we're going to see in the future with the cemetery. And you know, as always, the Stories and Stones event is a really popular event. It looks like we're going to have to cancel it this year with COVID, but you know, we'll keep that going in the future and hopefully be able to get back to that. They've also been real creative with collecting leaves and grass and composting that, and then reusing that material in helping to level the grave sites. So some of the things we're looking ahead to at the cemetery, we're looking at an ordinance update that will allow installation of a pet wall. This is something that we think will be popular in Missoula, a place to inter your pet's ashes as well as your loved ones. Pets being a big part of everybody's family in Missoula. Got a little bit of maintenance work to finish on the streets. Some upgrades to the signing. Continuing to maintain the trees out there, plant additional trees as needed, and completing the strategic plan. We have a good draft document. We're working through some final changes, and we'll be able to bring that back to council in the coming months with some recommendations. They do a great job of providing customer service out there. It's been challenging with COVID, but they've been able to work around some of those restrictions and continue to do their work out there and provide good customer service. Just like everywhere, we really want to look at our recruitment and retention for employees and continue to keep an eye on our budget. One new request for the cemetery. This is to replace an aging dump truck that's used for moving material around. When you dig a new grave, you have to take that material and move it out of the way while the service happens, and then that material has to come back. So this is really an essential piece of equipment for the cemetery. It's also used to do other things like plowing and removing leaves and branches. So the truck we're using right now is a hand-me-down. That was a 2001 truck. It's currently not on the replacement schedule, so that's why this is a new request. And the cemetery board approved purchase from the Capital Reserve Fund. So they've saved up money to do this, and we're now in a position where to acquire a new vehicle. And this will just help with reliability of service. Here's a quick look at the cemetery budget. Really fairly consistent. You know, we're seeing the same kinds of increases in personnel and supplies that we've talked about before. Purchase services, not even with what we had before. These aren't huge budget numbers, so the percentages can change quite a bit. So overall, about a 6% increase. That is the end of our slides. Welcome any questions on the cemetery or anything else that we've covered.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy, Dennis, and other folks from Public Works. I'm not seeing any questions from anyone. Sorry, Mirta.
Not a question, just a comment. I just wanted to point out that since I started chairing Public Works, I've been trying to learn a lot about everything that falls under that umbrella department, and it's quite a bit. That I'm fully aware that the expectations for quality and additional services is always high. That is not always matched by available funding. So I just want to thank staff for always working to provide thoughtful and cost-effective solutions to everyday long-term problems. In a way, I think of some of our Public Works Department staff as our very own City of Missoula MacGyvers. And so I just want to thank you for all the work that you do.
Thanks, Mirta. Not seeing any other hands up. I want to thank everyone. We obviously went long by a considerable bit, but I think it was important to wrap up the material and get it on the video. So thank you for taking extra time. Thanks to the staff presentations. I don't have anybody in for public comment, and we've run long. So I think with that, we will adjourn. And
Thanks,
thank you,
everyone.
Kirsten. Thank you, Kirsten, for manning the controls while we went long. So thanks.
It was interesting.
Okay, take care.